All right, guys, I think we have a quorum at this point, so we can get started.
Oh, Hope. Yes, she doesn't even know me. But she sits right in front of me and that's all, so.
Oh, okay.
yeah. There you go. Double keeping a straight face a lot. Handouts.
Oh, thank you, Marty. Okay, great. Mr. Carlin, if you wouldn't mind just probably sitting close to the mic, I'm sure we're gonna need you, so you don't have to keep getting up and down. All right, so I'd like to open up the work session on HB 1647, HB 1653, and HB 1673. And start by saying I think the reason why I would like to address these three bills together is because if all passed, they affect each other in pretty dramatic fashion from a financial perspective. And so I'll just actually just ask the question to the room for the people who are here and involved. I am assuming that HB 1647, members of the committee, primarily towards you, seems like the priority piece of legislation. Is there anybody who does not feel out of these three, if only one were to pass at 1647, is priority legislation? Okay, I didn't think, I thought probably everybody felt that way. It has a benefit not only to the group of employees from 2001 to 2012, but it also affects all of the new hires moving forward by upping their multiplier. So I would like to start looking at, actually, let me just say this for the members of the committee and anybody else who's listening. We know that the opening for 1647 itself has some limitations to it. The difficulty with this legislation, not from a fairness perspective or anything else, is the farther we get away from the point of origin, the more expensive it gets to go back and fix things, because the money hasn't been in the system to accrue value over time. And so every year that something doesn't pass, it gets more expensive to implement it the next year, and it'll get more expensive the next year. Mr. Carlin handed out to the members of the committee he just passed out a sheet that shows the financial impact of these bills just at face value. So when we're looking at 1647, we're looking at $55.9 million. When we're looking at 1653, we're looking at 26.6, and 1673 is $18.5 million. If you put all that together, at face value, it's over $100,000. But because the other two, which one? This one here?
100,000.
100 million, sorry. Yeah. It's a big difference.
I'm not completely awake.
I'm just trying to hurry, Peter, so I apologize. But because the other two will affect 1647, the cost is going to be much, much higher than $100 million. So I'm my personal perspective, and then I'd love to hear thoughts from other members of the committee first. At this point, being 12 years away from kind of the inception of when these things happened, we're kind of on a chessboard that no longer has a queen, and we're maybe down a rook as well. So I'm tentative to really push very hard for 1653 and 1673. My starting position on those two is to move interim study, and I'm not sure if any members of the committee have any definite feelings at this point. And then, of course, I'll open it up to people in the room if they have any feedback on that as well. Is anybody really opposed to interim study on that? Okay. Anybody in the room?
speak to the issue of interim study?
Yes. So I was just talking about the fact that we're making 1647 pretty much priority, and that my initial gut is to move interim study on both HB 1653 and 1673. And if anybody, nobody on the committee wants to speak to that. So if anybody in the room wants to speak to that, I just wanted to open that up to people in the room before we dig into 1647, which will need a little bit of work.
I did hear that, Keith,
No,
yeah.
yeah, he'll come up to the microphone.
Come on up. Thanks. So for the record, Representative Steve Pearson, Rockingham District 13 Dairy. Just to remind the subcommittee here, these two pieces of legislation, potential legislation here, are sub elements of 436 is what they are. They're just portions of 436 that were drawn out. The idea of that and the reason they exist is because of I'm aware of the House's position on 1647. I have confidence in the House's position on 1647, but that confidence stops at the wall. So, if you get what I'm saying.
Pretty hard,
So,
I think. Yes.
So the purpose of these two is to allow another mechanism, if necessary. That's where that's where these came from, and also too, just to get an idea, because of the constraints that we still have in the ability to get data from the retirement system due to the fact that it's not free. This gave an idea of what some of the sub portions of 436 were, because that was looked at holistically, right? Because it did one thing.
Right.
And this just kind of covered some elements of that, just to see what portions of that, how much different concepts within 436 cost if they were broken out. So that's where these come from. If the position of eDNA is a full support of 1647, that is certainly acceptable, and that is as the commission over the summer reached an agreement on that does move the pendulum forward. So there is no attempt or desire to derail that in any way. So is just so that you guys understand, where these other two bills are coming
Sure.
from.
So interim study is going to accomplish that.
It can accomplish that. Even I would almost ask that we table one of the two of them, just to have something as a mechanism if things go crazy when it
Sure.
crosses over.
But we can still move interim study and then move to table.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. Yep.
okay, great.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson. Appreciate it. So with that said, we'll deal with those maybe later in this session. I'd like to move real quick though to 1647, just because I don't know how much time we're going to need on it, and I want to make sure that we can keep the ball rolling. Mr. Carlin, I have a question on page 2, line 2, which refers to the limits under RSA 100A6A.
You're speaking in 1640?
Yeah, in the actual bill of 1647, yeah. Limits under RSA 100A6A, which doesn't appear to refer to anything of the nature of what it's talking about.
The mic is off.
Thank you. Okay, this A6A speaks to the maximum retirement benefit, which is the lesser of $120,000 or 85% of the member's average final compensation for anyone who commenced service on or after July 1 of 09 and had not become vested prior to January 1st of 2012. So by incorporating reference to that here, the section of HB 1647 that you were referring to it addresses the disability accidental disability provisions.
Mhm.
So for accidental disability for group 2, the minimum payable is 66.66% of pay. So that's 2/3. So the supplemental disability in the statute right now is a protection / trigger if someone was injured so far into their career that with the multiplier they would have accrued a larger percentage of their AFC than 2/3. That is applied to the so they get that on top of the accidental 2/3 plus anything extra. It does say you can't get 100% of your AFC otherwise, or the AFC. So because you have the different steps in tier B and then you also have tier C, there's 5 different maximum amounts of years and months that you can work until you get to 85%, or 100%, if you're in tier A. So rather than enumerating them all here, where it's 28 and 2/3 months for somebody, 2/3 years for somebody, and 29.4 years for somebody in a different tier. It just the intent of referring back to A6 was to keep all of those percentages out of this section.
Okay. So you feel like that reference is
Yeah, we do as a retirement system. Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure on that. Any questions from anybody on the committee? Okay. All right. So, and then that comes up again later on as well. So as long as we're comfortable with that, the retirement system's comfortable with that, I'm fine with it. So other than that, unless members of the subcommittee have any questions, we do have a potential amendment which I handed out to you before. One of the concerns is that the body on the other side of the wall still feels like this piece of legislation is a little bit too expensive at $55.9 million. And we want to make it as palatable to them as we can so that we can get something done. And so if you look at the amendment that I handed out to you earlier, the changes are in red. The one that I said the one that I just gave you, the one that you said, I'm not going to need it. I said, no, you are going to need it. Now is when you need it. There should be red writing on it, Peter, as well.
Oh, yeah.
You got it?
No,
Okay.
it's perfectly.
So this so the nature of this bill is that for the first 10 years of credible service, depending on when you started your employment, you'll get 2% to 2.4% of a multiplier towards your final average compensation. This adds a little bit of a caveat to it that says, but only for members who work up to their full age and service requirements and retire under service retirement. If a member retires prior to reaching full age and service requirements, their annuity multiplier remains the same as their first 10 years of credible service, which for new hires would be 2%. And then if you look at the chart in the bill, it will show you what it is for the other members, depending on how long they've been in service prior to 2012. So I'll start. I had a couple of questions on this. Marty, first of all, from an actuarial perspective, this would create 2 potential future benefits, right? Because we don't know if a person will reach maximum retirement age, so they could be building a benefit of 2.5% after the first 10 years, or they may be at 2%. Any idea if that's going to cause major problems for the actuaries if we were to go in that kind of direction?
What they would do if something like this were to pass is, continue to closely monitor retirement patterns and in future experience studies, which are done every 4 years, to look at all the assumptions, make adjustments going forward as needed if, depending on what the patterns are.
Mm-hmm.
So it adds another layer of complication, but it's manageable. I mean, from a programming perspective, I think, we have to pull our hair out, what's left of it at the retirement system to figure out how to do it. But, you know, that's inside. That doesn't matter for policy. But you know, the actuary will, you know, when any benefit provisions are changed, you know, they would look at experience going forward and seeing how that's affected it, and you know, sort of keep fine tuning as needed every 4 years.
Okay. Also, unless I'm mistaken, this would potentially have an impact on people who end up on disability, correct? Because we don't have a carve out for that. So if they don't do their full service requirements, but not of their own volition, that would have an impact on them, wouldn't it?
Correct. This amendment only speaks to service retirement. This is sort of analogous to the $500 TSA bill 1307 in terms of should those folks be included because they couldn't, you know, make it to full retirement age or whatever years of service type of thing.
Do we, I mean, we won't have any way of knowing the number of those people obviously moving forward because they haven't become disabled yet. Do we know about how many people this would affect in that interim group?
Hard to say. I mean, the just in terms of actual people who are retired now, the both job related and non-job related, I think the percentage in group 2 is yeah, under 10% for both, you know, so, you know, and you know, that's, you know, whether those are folks were disabled 30 years ago or, you know, last year, I don't have, but, you know, so the percentage of group 2 disability retirements is less than 10% of the total group 2 retiree population right now.
Okay, less than 10. Okay. Any, is everybody keeping up here, or questions from the committee or comments?
I appreciate
Peter.
that last remark, because
Peter.
we have to have some
Thank you.
I think we have to have some idea of what kind of numbers we're talking about of people who are going to be involved in this, right? If it was under 10% of the people, that sounds like it's probably going to be manageable. If it were, let's say, 25%, you're going like, oh, that's not going to work. So,
Representative Gerhard.
Thank you. Maybe I missed something, which I did show up a little late, but the amendment says 55,900,000, right? Or
That's the cost of the original bill, or the estimated cost of the original bill. This is this amendment would seek to bring the cost down fairly substantially, because a member would have to reach their full retirement benefit. They'd have to stay for the full number of years and work for their full
but there's
benefit.
no idea at what that number would be yet.
Well, because it affects people going forward, it's kind of
There's no-
impossible
okay.
to know, because we don't know what choices people are going to make in the future. But as far as looking backwards, I think we have an idea for that group between 2001 and 2012. We would know who it would affect and who it wouldn't, because, or for the most part, maybe not totally, but
Okay,
in
thank you.
part anyway, who it would affect.
Just as clarification on an actuarial cost calculation too, the statutory procedure would be if this amendment or any amendment came out of eDNA and was adopted by the full House, it would obviously go to Finance next. LBA would reach out to us after it passes the full body to redo the fiscal note for Finance. And the same thing, if Finance amended it again, and it passed the House, we'd do a new bill for Senate. So we can't get you the numbers in here, but if the concept goes forward from this policy committee and the full House adopts it, you know, that's the next step, and when we would be able to value this. It would somewhat reduce the cost, but again, I couldn't give you a percentage or an order of magnitude because there's a lot of moving parts. There were a couple of proposals with the Retirement Benefit Commission in the fall that started out adjusting the multiplier in different ways and only for tier B. And the commission also asked us to come back and say how much less would that be if it only included people who went under service retirement, you know, similar language to here. For those proposals, and these aren't apples to apples, so I'm only giving this as a, you know, as a potential range order of magnitude, and it may actually be larger, but that reduced those proposals by somewhere between 6 and 12% on the reduce the rates by between 6 to 12%, which reduce the unfunded for those bills 3.6 and between 3.6 and 6.7 million. Again, dealt with the multiplier, but it was tier B only. There's other moving parts. This includes tier C. This includes a future normal cost for tier C. But just I can say it will reduce the cost somewhat.
Right. Yes. Yeah, it's part of the challenge of that's I'm not gonna be as concerned about the monetary component of it because that'll be up to finance. I think it's probably good if we discuss the policy components of it at the very least here and decide whether or not it's best to hold off on something like this until it gets to finance, assuming that in its current state it would get through the House safely the first time through, and let finance figure out if it's, although if we don't do this here, finance won't be able to get those numbers.
Correct.
Yeah,
If-
so,
and
okay,
if
yeah.
it came out of finance and passed the House on the second pass, the crossover, we'd crunch them during crossover. So the Senate would have them in time to vote on it.
And finance could always remove this if they wanted to send it back to the House floor in its original form, I guess. So, all right. So I guess we will look at it a little bit more closely. As far as the impact on Group 2 members who are on disability, is there anybody in the room who wanted to speak to that? Is there any concern, Mr. Rowe?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Brian Rill, President of the Professional Firefighters of New Hampshire. As Mr. Carlin mentioned, this was a concept that we discussed in the Retirement Commission to add in some sort of guardrails that would not only help to lower the costs somewhat, but would also be somewhat of a dangled carrot, so to speak, for our retention issue in the state to encourage people to stay longer in years of service. I think it's a concept that was pretty well liked in the commission. So I would be supportive of this amendment that you have put out this morning. And I would also agree in that carve out for the disabled folks, because essentially what that would do would be to not penalize them for their disability. And it would only, impact those that chose to leave the fire service on their own volition. So I would be supportive.
Once again, it would be wonderful to know what the fiscal impact is one way or the other. We don't. I just think from a policy perspective, it doesn't seem right to change somebody's potential benefit because they get injured. It seems like it would be
Agreed.
contrary to the purpose of the disability provisions. But anything from any of the committee members?
I think I'd like to have some kind of a feeling for what the numbers would do. I mean, even if I think I feel much more comfortable if we would at least strategize or game out what it would be, what with some idea of the numbers. If we're just saying, well,
Well, so I think when it comes to this particular amendment, as Mr. Earl just pointed out, there's two things to keep in mind. One is by requiring a member to reach their full retirement benefit to get the maximum multiplier, it's a retention carrot. So from that perspective, we're just talking about it as a retention, carrot. Will they stay longer? Will they stay to full retirement so that they get potential? I mean, for new hires, it'd be 0.5% added to their multiplier, which is a substantial difference to their retirement benefit. So it is a pretty decent sized carrot, to keep them. I guess it wouldn't be a full 0.5%. It would be somewhere between 2% and probably 4 point something percent. But so from that perspective, as far as the cost, the overall cost is, there's no way to know. Like we can't. That's what the actuaries do, and like it's a complicated process, and they won't do it until it goes to finance. So the whole house will hear back on it. Finance will discuss the financial impacts of it and then bring it back to the house. So we'll be able to listen to their thoughts on it and vote at that point. But they won't run numbers for us unless we've passed
Well,
the house.
I'm certainly hearing that. I understand that.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
If I may. Thank you, Representative, for your concerns. I would have those same concerns. I think what's important to know, and I know Mr. Carlin touched on this as well, when we discussed this in the commission, it was on one of Senator Bradley's proposed amendments. And when we brought it forward, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it lowered the cost approximately $7 million. And that bill at the time that we were discussing was only a bill that would impact the tier B, the middle tier sliding scale group. This is a bill that impacts not only that group, but the group that came after, the tier C folks. So, if that was a reduction of $7 million, my assumption would be that this, with the added folks added into this, would be no less than a $7 million reduction as well. And the conversations that were had in the commission were that this 55 million needed to come down 5 to 10 million in order for it to be palatable in the Senate, which is where we think this will put us right in that range.
I think we have to at least
Peter,
think about it.
like,
I think we have to at least think about it, be aware of it. We don't have to flesh it out completely, but we should at least give it a moment's thought, because otherwise we're flying completely blind. I don't think that's wise. Even if it's not determinative, we ought to at least say, okay, on the one hand this, on the other hand that, and so forth.
well, I think that, yeah, I mean, I think at the very least we know that the bill as written is $55.6 million. I think at the very least we know that making this move is potentially necessary for the bill to have any shot, at least according to communication that we've had.
That's exactly the point I'm making.
Yeah. And so,
If we know this, if the Senate won't even consider it, then we can't go that way if we want to get anything done.
so this would be a potential avenue for that. We won't be able to vote on this bill today anyway, because I'm going to have to go have an official amendment made, and we'll have to talk about that, make sure that it's all polished up and everybody's happy with it before it moves out of the subcommittee anyway. So we won't be voting on that today, just kind of laying the groundwork so we can go and write one up to be discussed at a future date. Does anybody else have any comments? Yep. Thank you, Mr. Earl.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, for the record, my name is Arthur Beaudry. I represent the New Hampshire State Permanent Firefighters Retirement Association. And I have a question, because if I'm looking at the amendment, which it says as introduced, but on the original bill, starting on line 7,
Which page?
on the original bill, 1647
Yeah,
as introduced.
Which page of that bill, though?
It's the first page.
The first page? Okay.
Yeah, where it indicates, or a Group 2 member in service who has attained age 60, regardless of the numbers of years of service, may retire in a service retirement. Is the amendment, I don't see that in the amendment unless I'm missing it. Does that affect somebody that were to be employed in Group 2, say at 40 years old, and at 60 they retired with 20 years of service? They wouldn't have the years and age as indicated for regular retirement, but at age 60, you can retire regardless of the age and regardless of age and years of service if you obtain 60.
Yeah.
There's no change. The same.
They have the same. What page are you looking at? Because I don't have it on this on the amendment.
Looking for age 60, that's line 8 on the original, and it's still there in the amendment. That was
Yeah, they're not numbered in the amendment, but we didn't change that portion there.
Okay,
On the
so
proposed.
somebody that were to start work at age 40, when they reach age 60, would they get their 2.5% for the years after 10 years?
Mr. Carlin?
That's how it's applied. That's how it's applied now. So I would throw the question back to our lawyers just to make sure, but that on its face, that's how we would continue to interpret it because it doesn't change that wording at all.
Right.
And it is still a service retirement. So actually, without getting the legal blessing, I mean, it's a service retirement. There are two in group one, you know, there's an age to be eligible for service retirement. In group two, there's two ways for service retirement: meeting the minimum age and minimum service, which is the way most people go, or a minimum age. So that's still a service retirement. So that shouldn't change that for that person who comes to New Hampshire in their 40s and works 15 or 20 years, because it's still a service retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Pearson?
I just want to touch on a potential, if I can maybe help you, Representative Schmidt, just a little bit. The numbers that were crunched in the subcommittee that Mr. Rail talked about it with the middle tier guys, right? That's a population that exists right now of, it's, what is the number? It's dropped. It's 1,600 1,600 and a half people roughly, right? Okay. The population of tier C after that is 3 times that size, potentially, right? So if you extrapolate a savings for this group and then you looked at the group after that's larger, it would be fair to reason that the adjustment would be larger as well. So the target, I think, is what he's getting at, is the target that they're trying to get at here is obtainable, or at least appears to be obtainable, based on what happened during the commission and the various things that they played with back and forth, because the retirement system provided a lot of theoretical stuff, and there were a lot of proposals that were thrown out that didn't happen, but there was numbers with those, and they were jostling back and forth as to a way to come up with something that worked based on that. So, you know, when you're looking at a finite group of folks and then you look at what comes after being a larger group, you know what I mean? I think that we can get to the theoretical on that without having to get too overly hung up on exact numbers, which finance will get, right? So as a policy committee, that ED&A is, I guess the real focus is, does this idea work? And then finance can tweak what the retirement system will provide them after. But the logic, I think, is there for the goal.
Okay.
If that makes sense to you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should dive off the diving board until we at least look to see if there is any water in the pool. And so we've talked through and we have some idea. We understand that this is not going to be fine-tuned. We need the exact numbers for that, but at least we've talked about the general concept.
Yeah, and
I'm okay with it.
And like I said, I think that if the theoretical on that didn't work, I would certainly be going, hey, whoa, time out, right? But it does here.
Okay.
So, you know, I don't think sending this over to finance is going to come back and with some sort of like holy cow number, right? I just don't see it. It's just the way that the retirement system has been functioning now for a long time, and the patterns that happen start to become fairly predictable in certain ways. So this concept's not, we're not inventing a new concept or a new way to deal with something. We're just putting some guardrails on what is already existing. That if that makes sense to you, Pete.
Okay.
So, and I think the other thing to keep in mind too is this is a cost reduction measure. It's not going to be a cost increase measure. So we'd have to ask ourselves the question, what's the concern? That it's not going to reduce it enough, or that it's going to reduce it too much? Because those are kind of the two options on the table. It will reduce, but is it going to hit the mark that we need, or is it going to go way beyond the mark that we need? And I would say, I guess if it went way beyond the mark that you need, then people might be upset that they were giving up benefits for a specific group of people that they could have had within the price range. That's your risk there. And if it's not enough, then it might just not be enough to get it through, and finance will have to look at that when it gets there to see if there's another way to, cost save. But those are really the two options.
The thing is too, on top of that, is we're talking about numbers here that frankly are absorbable
Okay,
within not only within the realm of the surplus, but in the in my conversations with the speaker, there's two other pots of money that exist that he is willing to use to make this work. So we're not talking about the addition of $50 million or the reduction of the numbers aren't that huge. It would be little bits and pieces where if someone's line in the sand is $48 million and this is 48.5, are we really going to kill it when we have some wiggle room really to make things work?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
there's definitely wiggle room to make things
No
work.
doubt.
I would agree with that.
so we've had this discussion because the alternative is we don't have the discussion, and then it comes before the other group, and suddenly we say, oh, we never talked about that. Well, we have talked about it.
Well, as well too, as you're well aware, I mean, subcommittees bring forward to the full committee, so you have to not necessarily sell it, but you have to be able to present it, right, and show that you thoroughly vetted what you were looking at, and I think that's
That's
I
what I'm
appreciate you doing that. So.
Okay.
Anybody else want to speak to 1647 today?
I'm still not clear with that language.
That's fine. I mean, it's going to have to go into amendment anyway. So it's going to come back. Yes, Mr. Carlin.
I just thought of one other point to make. It's not a deal breaker, but I think it's a good fact for the subcommittee to consider. So any reductions as a result of this amendment would be on the unfunded liability portion. The way the bill was constructed, as introduced, the 55 million is expected to cover the unfunded piece for the tier B and C members affected. Basically any so the normal cost would be the same. So that rate increase of 0.94 and 95, wouldn't be affected by this. This is only on what the appropriation for the unfunded that the state would be putting forward. I think some of you may have been aware of that already. And with unfunded liability, just if you think about it, the closer someone is to retirement, the more unfunded is with them. It's almost like a slope. You know what I mean? If somebody started yesterday, they don't really have any, or today, they don't have any liability associated with them. And we don't calculate it on a per member basis because that wouldn't be, it wouldn't be fair. They calculate it as an aggregate number. But if the liability, another way to put it is the unfunded liability for any of these bills on tier B is more than on tier C because they have been here less time and they're going to have to work longer to get out, type of thing. So that just sort of to help frame the thing. So not saying this will reduce the unfunded liability by some amount, and if it was approved, we'll be able to tell you reasonably how much. So it is definitely going to cut the cost, but it's all on the unfunded piece, and that's the piece that the commission and members of the commission wanted the state to front in this case, so it wouldn't be passed on in rates to the municipalities and schools.
Right. Just clarification on that, though, with the potential amendment that we've been discussing, with the potential reduction of the rate if they don't reach their full retirement service, that would have elements that would be a reduction to the municipalities, and would it not? Because we wouldn't have to charge them as much in the future. I understand what you were saying before. but-
Actually, this amendment wouldn't change what the projected future employer costs are because it would be reducing the unfunded portion that the state was paying on delivery, if you will. So it will reduce the state appropriation by some amount, but the FY 26, 27, 28 costs of the change would be the same.
Okay, gotcha.
It'll be the same. There might be some changes for patterns in the future as if not everybody in TRC, there's a percentage of people who drop out before they meet their age. I shouldn't say that completely,
Mhm.
but that's not going to show up for, a few cycles.
Right. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else on 1647? Okay, seeing no more conversation. Thank you, Mr. Carlin. I think we're all set. I would like to discuss then 1653. Modifying the definition of an earnable compensation for Group 2. And I would like to move interim study on that. Just curious if I have a second on that. Second from Representative Gerhard. Thank you. I would just say we discussed it earlier in the day and everybody seemed like they were pretty amenable to it. Everybody out there seemed amenable to it. It leaves us with some wiggle room, some way to work with, bill to work with if something happens to 1647. And does anybody else want to make comment? Okay. Well, then I will go ahead and call a vote on it. All those in favor of proposing interim study on 1653? It's unanimous. Okay.
See your vote, Representative Gerhard. Okay. You're backlit, so I can't see you.
You didn't, yeah, I saw the, yeah. All right, and then see if I have a paper. There it is. And then once again on 1673, I'm going to move interim study for the same reasons. Do I have a second on that? Representative Gerhard, thank you. Any discussion? Same situation. Yep. All those in favor then of recommending interim study to the full committee? Unanimous? All right, guys, thank you so much. We've got 15 minutes until our regular meeting. And I'll close the subcommittee hearing. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to EDNA. I'm open the public hearing on House Bill 1689, and I call Representative Cannon. Oh, Representative Bolton, excuse me, my mistake. I mistook what was happening. Representative Bolton, please.
Chair McGuire and members of the executive committee. Oh crap! Right off the bat. Matt, you can give me a heck next Monday when we meet. The House Executive Departments and Administration Committee. And for the record, my name is Bill Bolton. I'm a representative serving the towns of Plymouth, Holderness, and Ashland in House District 8. I thank the chair and the committee for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 1689. This bill clarifies the law regarding how identifiable information contained within a vital record is collected and reported to other state agencies. I'm the former state New Hampshire registrar and was the director of the Division of Vital Records Administration under the Secretary of State. In 2005, the legislature made a policy decision to move the Division of Vital Records from the Department of Health and Human Services to the Secretary of State. Along with the support from the New Hampshire City and Town Clerks Association, we pursued this legislation because there was a shared concern with how the very personal information that is collected during the birth and death event registration was being shared. When a mother gives birth in a hospital, she is asked to provide information that includes both demographic, like social security number, full name of child, father and mother, address, and whether she was married or not, and also personal information like alcohol use during pregnancy, smoking before and during pregnancy. There used to be a threat of a Class B felony on the worksheet if the mother refused to provide all that information on the form. Thanks to the legislation brought forward by Senator Rosenwald last session, the threat of Class B felony was removed. But in reality, it doesn't matter if the mother refuses to provide private information or not, because the hospital retrieves that information from their medical records and shares that information with Vital Records. The mother's information that is transmitted to Vital Records now includes all her recovered demographic data and additional items such as if the mother had gonorrhea, syphilis, chlamydia during the pregnancy, as well as the total number of other pregnancy outcomes, like abortions. There is no informed consent offered to the birth mother to stop this. She has no opportunity to stop her personal data from going to many agencies, and her name is linked to that data for future discovery. In compliance with a memorandum of understanding jointly written after I left state service between DHHS and Vital Records, the entire data set of Vital Records is given daily to DHHS. DHHS, in turn, redistributes Vital Records data, including identifiers, to a series of other program areas within DHHS and beyond, to include the Bureau of Information Services, the Division of Public Health Services, the Division of Program Quality and Integrity, the Division of Economic and Housing Stability, the Division for Children, Youth, and Families, the Division for Behavioral Health, the Bureau of Legal Services, a state recovery unit, the Division of Long-Term Supports and Services, the Division of Medicaid Services, the Office of Health Equity, and the New Hampshire Retirement System. I know that the programs under DHHS are extremely important, and they do great work. Furthermore, DHHS puts safeguards on staff that access this data, but having this data go to many staff in many programs increases the possibility of misuse and causes the complete loss of privacy of our citizens. Privacy has always been a concern, and this legislature has recently supported 2 bills that ensure privacy. During January 3rd's House session, SB 255, relative to the expectation of privacy, passed the House on a voice vote and allows New Hampshire citizens the ability to opt out of large companies' use of their personal information. House Bill 314, relative to the expectation of privacy in the collection and use of personal information, also passed on a voice vote during the January 3rd House hearing. This bill determined that service providers covered by HB 314 holds some of our more sensitive personal information, and they must obtain permission from any individual before the company can use it. Privacy rights have quite a history in New Hampshire. While serving in the State House, Honorable Neil Kirk was a firebrand in his respect and pursuit of safeguards on New Hampshire citizens' privacy. Representative Kirk drafted a constitutional amendment enshrining privacy into the New Hampshire Constitution, which read, "An individual's right to live free from government intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent." The amendment was put to a general vote and became part of the New Hampshire Constitution in November of 2018. With respect for the good work that Representative Kirk did as a legislator, this act should correct the current practice of sharing very private vital record data with other state agencies, despite the fact that none of the mothers who gave birth had given their permission to share their most private information. So I urge that ED&A committee support HB 1689 to correct this unfortunate breach of privacy. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there questions from the committee? Representative Blackus.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. One is, limiting the access of information on for natality. So for someone being born, I completely support. I was actually a co-sponsor on Senator Rosenwald's bill, but I have some concern about mortality because there's a more general interest in understanding why somebody's died, because that can have an effect on everybody. There's been some recent experience with issues around that. So that's one question. The other one is, have you looked at, Senator Rosenwald has another bill in SB 484 this year related to the birth worksheet. I was just wondering if you'd looked at that and if you see any interaction between that and what you're proposing here.
Regarding the bill, I signed off on that bill. So I'm also in support of Senator Rosenwald's new bill.
Okay. See, I looked at it, so follow-up, sorry?
Follow-up.
So it looked like it would interact okay with this, but I was just wondering if you'd looked at it.
Yes.
All right, thank you on that one.
And she indicated that she was support of this bill as well. So
Thank you.
regarding death information.
Yeah.
So death information, at least the event and the death are public. The identifiers such as names and, anything that would identify the decedent is not. And we've always shared generally the death information. In fact, it's still available online through an application that we developed when I was the registrar called Nevern Web. And you can go in and query all of the death records for specific ICD-10 codes and you can basically see all that information online. But the identifiers are not. They're not open to anyone without a direct and tangible interest in that record.
Brief
Follow-up.
follow-up? Yeah. So as I understand what you just said, that right now, the personal identifier information is not available to the public. And if that's the case, then what would this change?
So what the public is different than the Department of Health and Human Services. Basically they get all the death information as well, including identifiers. And as I indicated, that just by sharing that data with the Division of Vital Records is actually a very small department, and also they're imbued with the need for privacy, and so there's only like maybe four or five staff that actually have access to the data. But when it goes over the DHHS, you have perhaps like 15 program areas that have staff that look at it. So my concern is that there's more of a chance of vulnerability and release and misuse of that data. So we've increased that possibility.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Broder.
Thank you. Representative Bolton, how is this bill different from SB 105, which was the bill last year that we amended because there were significant issues with that?
There was, I recall that bill had additional removal of certain fields and such. And actually, I think that bill had the ability to break the connection between vital records providing information to, that's not it? That's
Oh,
not the
yes,
bill?
it did have that's right. It didn't allow, because of as a result of SB 105, information important for vital records such as birth certificates were not going to be able to be issued.
I didn't quite understand that from the bill. I thought I was more concerned on the fact that also too, there's a lot of like data sharing between, contractual data sharing between vital records and the National Center for Health Statistics and Social Security Administration for death and birth.
Representative Bolt, the main point of that bill when it first came to us was to eliminate most of the data gathering.
And
so that the useful data that you need for a birth certificate, like the child's name and the parent's name, was not included. So the was not sent to vital records. This bill doesn't appear to limit what information is gathered, just mostly what vital records does with it.
that's correct. And I didn't sign off on the last bill from last session. What I did totally disagree with was the appearance of a Class B felony on the forms that collected the data, and that has since been removed, but that data is still being provided to vital records and through that Health and Human Services.
Follow up.
Thank you. And the contractual agreement between vital records and the Department of Health and Human Services is still honored, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, we have the state
Section 4.
registrar,
Yep.
current state registrar here that would probably answer that better too.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Real quick, could you repeat the name of that app that you mentioned? I didn't catch it.
Neverin Web. It's NHVRIN Web.
NHVRIR web. Thank you.
And the current state registrar can determine whether or not, I believe it's still very active, and your ability to query death, birth, and I think fetal death as well.
Okay, thank you.
Marriage, divorce. But
All right. There are no more questions. Thank you for your testimony.
thank you.
Now Representative Kane.
Thank you, Madam Chair and fellow representatives. My name is Representative Jerry Cannon. I represent Stratford District 12, which is Somersworth and Rollinsford. I'm primarily concerned about identity theft. And just to give you a little background, I was a computer professional for 31 years. Involved with introducing electronic mail products to the world, and very complex networks. And what we thought were highly secure networks turned out they weren't. I'm concerned that the hacker industry is progressing with their own software on a regular basis. They get updates to hack networks and systems. And when they can't get into one system, they update their software to get into another. I was a victim of identity theft. My credit card information, my name, my address was stolen, and I had to go in and change all of the credit cards I had. I know other people have experienced it, and it's a very high incidence of that. And we hear daily that there are other networks, even in government agencies, where their network and systems are hacked for information. I'm also concerned as information is shared, and I know that, or I would hope that our networks are highly secure, is that we also have the human factor of how that information is handled and what might be left on a desktop that somebody else could find. So it does concern me. It's multiple points of access to additional information. So I am concerned about those multiple points of access as well as the information that's shared. I know as far as the birth information, it seems to be that information is held very tight. But I'm concerned also about death record information. We've seen problems with voting and information about individuals and their address information being used to spoof their poll booths to get in. And I'm concerned that information that is available, especially for death records, could be used for the wrong reasons. And I'm also acutely aware that during a death that the family should be in control of whatever information is released for public use. And I've seen, as far as death announcements, is not a whole lot of information about location is being included on a lot of those records now. And thank you for listening to me, and I'll take any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? No, thank you. Some very good points.
Thank you.
Kristen Kennison? Give them that in. You should turn the mic on and make it easy.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. So I'm Kristen Keniston. I am the current registrar of Vital Records, and I am here to obviously talk about this bill. Just so you know, we're not coming in with a stance to oppose or support. I just wanted to point out some things that I noticed within the bill that I should make you aware of from a Vital Records standpoint. So I will start off by saying that we don't have any concerns about adding the term and definition of personal identifiers to RSA 5C1. But there are some areas within Chapter 5C that are not being addressed within this bill that could create some issues we need some clarity on. So under RSA 5C3 and 5C5, it basically says that the Secretary of State shall not remove or add any data fields used for purposes of protecting the public health or to conduct health-related research without prior notice and agreement of the Department of Health and Human Services. So by eliminating the data fields that DVRA is sharing with DHHS, I'm wondering if the bill would contradict that statute. Under RSAs 5C12, 5C101, 5C3, 5C103, talks about tangible interest. So as Representative Bolton mentioned, you need tangible interest to obtain a record. We're not an open record state. You actually have to have a relation or some sort of a legal purpose to obtain information. So right now, with the way the statutes are, the Department of Health and Human Services does have a direct and tangible interest. Our agencies are linked in the sense that they would need to access our data for child support services, things of that nature. So there have been times where when they go to court for whatever reason, we've issued certified copies of vital records to them for that purpose. So I just need to know, would we still be permitted to do that, or what kind of restriction would this bill place on our ability to issue certifieds? And not just to that agency, other agencies that might reach out to us looking for certified copies. So I would just need clarification. The bill restricts the sharing of vital records and statistical data to the Department of Health and Human Services solely to mortality and natality statistics. It further mandates the removal of personal identifiers before sharing. RSAs 5C4 and 5C9 establish memorandums of understanding between the Department of State and the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Corrections, and the New Hampshire Retirement System, in which limited personal identifying information is shared. RSA 5C4 also requires the intra-departmental sharing of personal identifying information between the Division of Vital Records and our Elections Division to assist in maintaining the accuracy of the voter database. So both of those divisions are part of the Department of State, and what I'm referring to is death information is provided in a way that it can match up within their system and automatically flag a voter in real time that this person is deceased, which allows clerks to then update their checklists and remove that deceased voter. Currently, divorce and marriage records, which do not contain health statistics but do contain personal identifiers, are being shared with DHHS under our existing MOU. The bill would discontinue the sharing of the divorce and marriage information with them. Because there's no health statistics to associate with the personal identifiers in the deaths and marriage, one can reasonably assume that the linkage between the health statistics and the personal identifiers is not the main concern of this bill. It's solely for limiting the release of personal identifying information. So that naturally raises the question as to whether the Department of State will still be permitted to continue sharing personal identifying information from vital records with the Department of Corrections, New Hampshire Retirement System, and if we can continue our intrapersonal, our intra-departmental sharing of data to keep our voter checklist current. The proposed change to RSA 12624D is contradictory to other statutes that define the memorandum of understanding between the Commissioner of the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of State. The change would seemingly have the Secretary of State and myself, who are part of the same unit, enter into an agreement with one another, as opposed to us having an agreement with DHHS, but it's under a DHHS statute that's giving us that link. So I see a little bit of an issue that we would need that clarified so that we have the right guidance. And furthermore, if the Division of Vital Records is to assume DHHS's current role in releasing approved vital records information for health-related research, more work would need to be done in chapters 126, which is public health and is in charge of the Vital Records Privacy Board, and then also to chapter 5C, as I've pointed out, areas would need clarification. The bill doesn't appropriate any funding to the Secretary of State's office, and there will be some fiscal impacts. So when we first learned of the bill, we anticipated an impact of under $10,000 just by simply limiting the data exchange between us and between DHHS. But not knowing exactly where this is going to go, how it's going to affect other memorandums of understanding, and also us taking on the role of the Department of Health and Human Services releasing information for the health-related research, I don't know what kind of a fiscal impact that would have. I can say that we would need more staff. I would end up having to defer to Health and Human Services for some guidance on how many staff they currently have in this role, but I'm anticipating at least a dozen. So just to put that out there. And if I need more staff, I would actually need a larger space to house them. Our building that we're in is deceptively large looking because the bulk of it's the warehouse. So, and we share with archives and our elections division. So I just want to keep that in mind that if we do this, that we're going to have some big changes, not just with how we're doing things, but where we're doing things. So that is all I have today to offer you. If you have any questions for me.
Representative Lakis.
Thank you. I couldn't get all of that written down as you're going through. I'm wondering if you could list the specific concerns, RSAs related and all that, and send it to the committee.
Yes.
And at least give the committee the option of considering maybe some exceptions if that we go that path.
Yes, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Other questions? It sounds like it would need to, yes. It's going to, I think this is Representative Broadus.
I served on the Vital Records Privacy Board for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years anyway, I think, several terms. I'm now on the Vital Records Improvement Committee, Verifac, we call it.
And
And so I'm very concerned about this issue, and I would appreciate it going to subcommittee. Would you be available for that, Madam Registrar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Manchaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Since when it's totally digital, you probably have the archive of physical files. Some. Okay.
Yes.
So what is the year it was completely transitioned?
Okay, so it was in stages, but births was around, I believe it was 2002. I think we have paper copies up to 2001 of all birth records. And when I say paper copies of birth records, as a reminder for those of you who were here during SB 105, we don't have the birth worksheets with all that information on it. I just have a simple certificate, one-page document per person born. Death records, we are still trying to transition to electronic, but it is a hybrid right now of electronic and paper. Marriage is also a hybrid of electronic and paper. It's all keyed in electronically with a city clerk or town clerk. And then the marriage license is issued for use. And then when it comes back, it's filed and kept on file in the paper format with the Division of Vital Records. So we're running on a hybrid system right now. Most of our records are available in electronic database, whether they exist on paper or not. For example, birth records, we can go as far back as 1935. That you could go anywhere in the state and get a copy.
Thank you. Other questions? Representative Gould?
And beyond that, there are electronic images from the open records, the early records available on Family Search, Ancestry.com.
Yes, yeah, we work hard with Ancestry.com.
Thank you
for that.
Okay. Thank you, and I'm sure we'll need your support for the subcommittee.
Okay.
Patricia Tilley?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. I apologize for my froggy voice this morning. My name is Patricia Tilley. I am an Associate Commissioner with the Department of Health and Human Services, and we are here today in opposition to HB 1689 relative to the use of personal identifying information by state agencies. Because of the breadth of the impacts, my written testimony is quite long, so I apologize in advance. It is quite detailed. It gives a number of statutory references that I know will be important for the committee to consider. So I will just hit the high points right now. We've also provided hard copies of our fiscal impact. We know that the OLS is working like crazy to get stuff attached, and that was not yet available to be attached electronically, so we've provided you the hard copies. Hopefully the electronic step will catch up along the way. So we do not take opposition to this bill lightly, but without vital records, with its personal identifiers, the department will be unable to fulfill its core statutory functions to protect and to promote the health, well-being, and economic stability of all of the people in New Hampshire. Additionally, the removal of this current access will cost the state not only in tens of millions, if not more, of lost federal revenue, but foundational complex DHHS data systems would need to be completely redesigned. Because we at the department are entrusted with this sensitive and private data, we have rigorous data governance that limits access to the information. So if I own, that means the people who have access have a tangible need for that. As an associate commissioner, I can't see that data. As someone who works in a child support function, they can't see the health data. All of the data is strictly limited to who needs it to get their job done. HB 1689 has far-reaching consequences. It impacts access to needed healthcare services. It impacts economic supports. It impacts our ability to detect fraud for New Hampshire residents. Without access to this information, that includes an individual's name, their address, and we assume that's also their zip code in their town, their spouse's name, their children's name, even their social security number, really unimaginable things will happen. Our federally qualified health centers may lose their federal support and be unable to serve 80,000 low-income people in the state in need of health care. Families in your communities will not receive the child support to which they are entitled. The department will not be able to facilitate international adoptions so that children can have a forever home, and the department will lose the tools they need to fight fraud and abuse. The department uses this data every day. If the department doesn't provide these services, it's unclear which agency or entity would, or if New Hampshire's would not be entitled to the same benefits that citizens in every other state currently have. While very well intended, 1689 puts the health and the economic security of our New Hampshire residents at risk. Last session, we heard that this committee considered SB 105, and that was relative to information collected by Vital Records as part of the live birth worksheet. We worked together on that, and at the time, the department testified to the significant unintended consequences of that legislation. And you all heard testimony from healthcare providers, community stakeholders, families, and this committee unanimously decided to remove the restrictive sections of that bill and pass other important privacy components that took away those legal ramifications. But it maintained, the department maintained the access that it needed. In our testimony today, you're going to hear similar themes. Broadly speaking, aggregate, de-identified data about births, deaths, and other records are insufficient for the department's responsibilities. As RSA 5C states, the department has a direct and tangible interest in these records, and without it, we will not have the ability to respond to the health needs of mothers, young children, and infants with health issues. It will take away the capacity of the department to establish parentage and paternity, which will result in children losing economic supports. It will take away the capacity to understand unusual patterns in deaths. As the state registrar noted, there are many areas of the bill that contradict a broad range of current statutes that are on the book. It doesn't provide consistent definitions, and more work would be needed to untangle that spider web. Restricting department access and vital records sort of affects four broad areas: public health and healthcare access for New Hampshire residents, legitimate investigations of fraud and abuse of public services, federal funds for the department, the loss of those federal funds, and the unwinding of foundational data systems. And even if the committee, believes those risks are worth taking, the whole work of untangling the legislation or the statutes throughout our statutes. So a little bit more on public health and healthcare. Without access to vital records, more than 85,000 New Hampshire residents may lose access to their federally qualified health center. Why is that? It's not that they couldn't do their work. It's that their designation as a federally qualified health center depends on the vital record birth data so that we can say that something is a medically underserved area. These are federal constructs, and without that designation, they don't get the additional money both from the federal CMS, from federal U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, or CMS. It really undermines the entire system. On a more personal note, in New Hampshire, we use the vital records for newborn screening. Last year, you may recall, we had a really impassioned family come and talk about what that's like for them to make sure that their child has access to those newborn screening at birth, and that the state can ensure that services are implemented right away if one of those children have a positive screen for a time-sensitive congenital condition. These are conditions where a baby looks healthy and could get sent home and be just fine, but in reality may have a chromosomal disorder that they need to change their food right away, or a treatment needs to begin right away before there is loss in cognition or health function. That's how we use vital records every day. If we talk about economic supports and human services, we know that the complete birth record allows the department to verify citizenship, to aid in eligibility for public assistance programs such as TANF, SNAP, child support, Medicaid. The proposed changes would delay the process for determinations by limiting access to the identifiable information to verify their application. Without the ability to confirm the name, the date of birth, the residence, the paternity, the maternity, the responsibility to provide that level of verification would fall upon the client, and failure could result in a denial of benefits. Additionally, New Hampshire residents seeking things like international adoptions would find barriers, as the Division for Children, Youth, and Families will not have access to the required data to complete the federal requirements. I have a very long list in my written testimony, so I will stop there. There are some technical and HIPAA issues. HB 1689 creates these radical and far-reaching changes on this authority, and it impacts a number of not only state statutes, but federal statutes. It puts us in conflict with several federal laws. For example, access to vital records information is required by the federal Social Security Acts in order to implement the child support program. It puts us into a quandary when it comes to HIPAA. As many of you know, HIPAA required the creation of a national set of standards to protect sensitive patient health information. The Department of Health and Human Services is a HIPAA-covered entity, and so it complies with those federal requirements to protect and secure health information. The Secretary of State's office, in their Division of Vital Records, is not a HIPAA-covered entity, nor can it be. So it puts us in a difficult place. Because of that HIPAA standard, it's the reason why I know Representative Schmidt and others who have participated on some of the Vital Records Privacy Board, that responsibility is given to the DHHS to ensure the security of the health-related information, because we're the agency that is HIPAA covered. HB 1689 also proposes eroding RSA 12624, and it removes the authority of the department to steward and release that potentially private information. So this is a place where, in fact, it may erode existing privacy protections and may open the state up to significant liability and potential costs if there was a privacy breach or unintended receipt of that data. Under DHHS control of the health information, the privacy of the data may actually be strengthened. So there are federal implications. One of the other pieces is just a reminder from last year. We know that about 10% of New Hampshire residents give birth outside of New Hampshire. And in New Hampshire, about 10% of our births are actually to residents from other states. It makes that interchange between the birth certificates very difficult and something that we would have to learn more about. And finally, there's money. You have the fiscal note in front of you. The number is indeterminable, but it is certainly north of tens and tens of millions of dollars. Tens of millions of dollars of federal grants that the state will no longer have because we will not be able to meet our responsibilities for those grants. It is also the funds that would take to unwind and redo our data systems. The tremendous amount of money that is on the hook right now. But more importantly, simply the services that the people of New Hampshire depend on the Department of Health and Human Services for would not be able to be completed. And someone would have to do that. Or, as I noted, our residents in New Hampshire would not have access to the same sort of services that residents in every other state have. We fully understand, that New Hampshire has a strong tradition in protecting privacy above all else. And because of this, the department takes its role in protecting this sensitive and private information incredibly seriously. We have rigorous user access to specific data sets. Only a very limited number of staff have access to just the data they need. We implement rigorous training in privacy, in HIPAA, in cybersecurity, all like I know our colleagues do at Vital Records. We are committed to using this information as authorized in current statute to help prevent poor birth outcomes, prevent child abuse and neglect, ensure that women and infants receive the appropriate life-saving care that they need, and that New Hampshire residents have access to all the various social services and assistance programs to which they are entitled. We believe that as a HIPAA-covered entity, the department builds in those safeguards those vital records data with protocols that secure those personal identifiers and protect confidentiality. DHHS and the Division of Vital Records have an efficient, effective relationship based on solid policy, written MOUs, and trust between our two state agencies. DHHS uses our federal funding to help support their infrastructure and modernization, saving general funds. 1689 would fundamentally change this relationship and would cause frustration for New Hampshire residents and will likely create unfunded work for other state agencies. We know this is a complex bill. We are happy to work with the committee in any way that you see fit in order to untangle some of the web. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome, Commissioner. It's a pleasure to see you as always. And I do recall the bill from last year very well, and we had active participation at the time from several families, and you've referenced briefly in your testimony the fact that some actions have to be taken immediately with newborns to screen them for some diseases or situations that can be life-changing. And we had several families that testified at the
Is your
time.
question,
So,
Representative Schmidt?
say what?
Your question, please?
Yes. So you will be available. The chair has already told me that there will be a subcommittee. So will
She
you
already said she would be.
Yes,
Yes,
I say you've
we will
already-
be. We will make ourselves completely available to the committee and to the subcommittee. We know that families depend on the life-saving connections that we make with newborn screening to address those rare heritable conditions. Even though they're rare, it's very real for the families that they impact. Thank
So
you.
the question that the chair has asked me to put forward, apologize for the preamble, but the reality is that the families that are involved need to be notified so that we can hear from them. Can you?
We will do that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Gerhard, you had a question? Nope. All right. Well, that's fine. Anyone else? Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just to make it clear, you talked about security of the information electronically to the staff of Health and Human Services. So to make sure everybody understands, when you log in, the security level is attached to your login into the computer system, correct?
That is correct.
And there's no way for people to get around that security system.
There is certainly no way that I know of that people can get around that security system.
And I'd just add quickly, even I worked on bridges for
Mhm.
DCYF, and I was in charge of reporting, so I had a really high security level. But when we had really hard need for security, there were even cases where flags could be put on that even at my high security level, I did not have access to information on those cases. Are you aware of situations like that?
Absolutely. Each one of us who works for the Department of Health and Human Services has roles assigned to us, and it dictates what you can see and what you cannot see. And the vast majority of people cannot see anything that has personal identifiers attached to it. It's really very specific to your very specific role that you can see that box of data.
And that's hardwired into the
In that,
data
yes. And we have folks, if you have very detailed questions, we have our head of information services here in the gallery if there's deep questions that you need to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Don't see any other questions.
Thank you.
Brianna Hankel.
Good morning. My name's Brianna Hinkle. I'm a legal policy fellow at New Futures. New Futures is a nonpartisan nonprofit organization that works to increase the wellness and well-being of New Hampshire, health and wellness. New Futures urges the committee to oppose this bill because of the unintended consequences. Currently, the U.S. has a maternal mortality crisis, and one of the federal grants that New Hampshire receives is for the Maternal Mortality Review Committee that reviews maternal deaths and gets information on what causes them and be able to improve outcomes. Another example is the infant screening that was discussed. Other funding like TANF and CAPTA that are used to help families would lose funding as well. New Hampshire doesn't have the infrastructure to fund those programs alone, and so we need the personal identifiers to be available to the department. Does anyone have any questions?
All right, are there questions? I think not. Thank you for your testimony. Aubrey Tanner.
Hi there. My name's Courtney Tanner. It goes to show my handwriting is terrible this morning. I'm sorry about that. Courtney Tanner, Senior Director of Government Relations at Dartmouth Health. Dartmouth Health comprises Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center, the state's only academic medical center, and our 3 community hospitals, Cheshire, New London, and Alice Peck Day Hospital. We also have community group practices in Manchester, Concord, and Nashua. And Dartmouth Hitchcock Medical Center is home to Dartmouth Children's Hospital, and is also referred to as CHAD. We have 30 intensive care nursery beds, and we have the capacity to care for complex infants and newborns. We also have the ability to care for mothers who have the highest needs of clinical care, acute care in our state. And because of this capacity, we often see mothers who have the most complex labors and deliveries in our state. We're proud to be the administrative home of the Northern New England Perinatal Network, which we call NEPQUIN. This is a consortium of multidisciplinary providers in both in Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts. And they work to collaborate, educate, and advance care for expecting mothers, postpartum women, and their infants and children in Northern New England. As a treating facility, and home for quality improvement initiatives, Dartmouth Health has significant concerns with House Bill 689 as introduced. Specifically, the changes in the data collection and the live birth worksheets as submitted to Vital Records, it would impact our ability to access federal resources, to analyze and improve infant and maternal health care delivery in our state, and it would have potential impact on our citizens' abilities to access important documents, vital documents like birth worksheets and adoption records. I'm happy to take questions. I do want to thank this committee for its work on Senate Bill 105 last session. Dartmouth Health also opposed that bill last session, and we do see this bill as pretty similar to that bill, and are now raising the similar and same concerns. So thank you very much for your work last session, and we hope we have the same outcome this year.
Are there any questions from the committee? You're okay, Representative Schmidt, or you have a question?
I have a question. Thank you. Will you be available for the subcommittee? This is very important.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? I don't see anybody. All right. Hanan Bedoy.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. On behalf of the New Hampshire Public Health Association, we urge the committee to oppose House Bill 1689 relative to the use of personal identifying information by state agencies. NHPHA is a membership association for and of public health professionals. We have over 250 public health organizations and individual members. Our mission is to improve the public health. House Bill 1689 has significant unintended public health consequences. It limits the department and the public health sector's ability to identify health issues in New Hampshire, develop and implement public health prevention and intervention strategies, design and implement public health programs and education services, design and implement maternal interventions tailored to our population, measure infants and mothers' health progress, and recommend appropriate public health policies and programs to improve the public health. This bill impacts the health of approximately 600 infants receiving life-saving care and treatment, 400 infants a year needing hearing screening services and treatment and follow-up for at least 30 infants per year diagnosed with hearing loss. If this bill passes, infants and mothers would no longer receive timely identification, interventions, and treatment to prevent significant health outcomes. We urge the committee to oppose House Bill 1689.
Okay. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. Are there any questions? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies to the rest of the committee as I'm new to this and I don't have experience with some of the history that's being discussed here. And I'm going to put this question to you that I could have probably put to others. So why is it that if this bill passes, that it will impact the health of approximately 600 infants? What piece of information is there that doesn't get passed along somehow?
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Your second to last paragraph.
Yes.
Bill impacts the health of approximately 600 infants receiving life-saving care and treatment, et cetera, et cetera. How did it, and maybe someone on the committee or others in the gallery could explain later, how exactly does that impact? I don't understand, and subcommittee, I would probably get that, but.
How it will impact them? They will not be receiving these services. These are life-saving services.
Madam Chair, could I?
Representative Brown, the
Yes.
point is that no one other than Vital Records would have things like the name and address of the mother or child, so you couldn't get in touch with them.
Yes, they're not going to be able to implement these services or go to their homes and provide these screening services.
Okay,
That's
so,
that's at least part of it. There's more, but that's
okay, I will
And I'll
defer till
defer
later.
to the department for accurate numbers.
That's fine. I'll learn more as we go along. Thank you, Madam Chair, and
absolutely.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Anyone else? All right. Ben Bradley?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Ben Bradley. For the record, I'm the Vice President of Government Relations with the New Hampshire Hospital Association, representing all of the state's 26 hospitals. The Hospital Association has concerns about removing the department's access to specific identifiable information for the reasons outlined by the speakers that came before me. Specifically, I just want to note the bill would prevent the department from coordinating health-related birth and pregnancy information that support several federal designations, including health professional shortage areas, medically underserved populations, and maternity care target areas. By not being able to identify those areas, it would be difficult to serve those areas with the programs that the department can offer. And so we're concerned about the risk to our federally qualified health center partners, as well as things like the student loan repayment programs for healthcare workers in various designations. And so for these reasons, among others outlined again by others that have spoken before me, we can't support HB 1689. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Manjaputi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Currently, the hospitals, all 26 hospitals have electronic medical record, right? EMR system?
Yes, they've made major investments in electronic medical records.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Seeing none,
Thank
thank
you.
you for your testimony. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1689? All right, then I'm going to close. I think we got him started. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. This bill will be going to Representative Grota's subcommittee, and I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1454. And I don't see Representative McWilliams. There you are. Okay, good. Thank you. You're up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair McGuire. Members of the committee, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Representative Rebecca McWilliams. I represent South Concord, and you are sitting within one of my districts, so it's a pleasure to host you at the LOB. I'm here to present House Bill 1454. I'm the prime sponsor. Obviously, I'm in support of this bill. I've passed out an amendment to this bill with a little bit of a tweak to the amendment, so an amendment to the amendment. And I just want to be very clear that there are two major changes with the amendment that are different than the bill as introduced. So if you take a look at the amendment that I handed out, the intention of this amendment, which changes the original bill, is that we really want to be sure that child care providers are able to opt into state health and dental benefits, and the intent of this amendment is that the state will cover the cost, not the child care provider. So there was reference on lines 8, 9, and 10 to the child care provider actually reimbursing the state. That is not the intent of this amendment, so that is stricken in red, just to be clear. And we're referencing Amendment 2024-0184H. So that's been passed out. I've also emailed that to everyone. The email doesn't have these lines stricken, but the intent, once again, is that the child care providers are opting into state benefits, and they are not on the hook to pay for them. The state would pay for it. In addition, the change with this amendment, which is different than the bill as introduced, is that the effective date is January 1, 2026, which puts us 2 years ahead and allows us to have a fiscal year, right? We would have a budget year to address financing for this program. So the intent here is that we have enough time to figure out cost and figure out how to find the money for the cost. There's a placeholder on line 19 of the amendment. The sum of $1 is appropriated to Department of Administrative Services, and obviously $1 is not enough. It's a placeholder. So with that, let me just give you a little bit more background about how we got where we are and the proposal for this bill. So as you may be very aware, New Hampshire is in the midst of a child care emergency. Parents can't work when they can't access child care. And I would say you've probably heard this from all of your constituents. I'm not going to go in depth about it. There are people after me who will testify to personal stories. But obviously we have a situation where we have people who absolutely could be involved in the workforce, but are unable to because they can't get child care for a child who's not of school age yet. It's become untenable as a business model for a child care facility to pay staff a competitive wage with benefits. Turnover is high, and there is no financial way to retain quality staff, meaning they reach a certain level and they realize they can make more money in a different business doing something else, and they can no longer work for love alone. They need to actually get a job that pays the amount of money they need to live in New Hampshire. This also puts New Hampshire children at risk because the people who are the most experienced and have the most expertise in childcare in New Hampshire end up being the ones who have to leave and turn over. And therefore, the business model itself is constantly recruiting new, young, inexperienced folks to work in a childcare facility. And then when they become experienced, they move on. To meet the needs of New Hampshire residents, we should be treating childcare and education as a quasi-public service rather than a private business in order to meet our needs. And this bill shifts the burden of health and dental benefits to the state rather than the childcare facility, allowing this quasi-public private business model as shifted with this bill to at least cover a portion of those benefits so that the facility can focus on wages and that employees can stay because they have the benefits. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions about this bill. And there are certainly plenty of people after me who are going to testify on some nuances and specifics of the business. But I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Dolan and then Lakis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony and taking my question. Now, if the
Excuse
child
me,
care
Representative Dolan, you need to be closer to your mic. I
I'm
can't-
sorry. If the child care provider is now not going to reimburse the state, who will reimburse the state?
Nobody.
The intent is for an appropriation to be made to cover this from state funds. So
So-
taxpayer dollars.
Taxpayers.
Taxpayer dollars, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Lakis.
Thank you, and this is for you, but maybe the chair can answer. I think before the committee can vote to support this, they need some idea of the cost. Is there going to be a fiscal note? Can there be a fiscal note?
There is a fiscal note.
Oh, there is. Oh, but on the amendment though, which is the one that's going to be,
The next speaker is Commissioner Arlinghouse, who will probably have some clue as to the cost.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Williams? Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's still true, I believe, that state employees pay for a portion of their benefits, their health care benefits.
I can't answer that. I think it depends on the department and the way it's set up.
Having been one, I believe that is the case. So this would give these people a better benefit package than a state employee, if I'm seeing it correctly.
I can't speak to that,
Okay,
unfortunately.
thank you.
Okay. I think there's Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thinking about this from a practical standpoint, it seems like what you're doing here is a hybrid between state and private business. Is that correct?
Yes.
In that case, did you give any consideration to the idea of having a limit to the profitability of the private business in order to qualify for the program? So I know it's not likely, but if a child care facility was making $1 million in profit a year, why should we extend state health benefits to them as opposed to somebody who's maybe making $20,000 a year and barely scraping by?
That's a difficult question to answer because based on my experience in the last 6 years in the legislature and studying this pretty extensively, having a study committee on the business of childcare in 2018, it doesn't appear that any facilities are making a significant profit to the extent that the CEO is able to live a lavish lifestyle. This is not that kind of a business. So having it means tested could probably be something like on the very outside. I would be concerned about embezzlement if that's what's going on. But it could be on the very outside. And I'm not against guardrails for this bill. But I would say the vast majority of childcare facilities in New Hampshire are doing this out of love and out of the love for children. And many, many of the owners of childcare facilities are not business majors, don't really understand the business side. And when they have some small amount of training or certificate program, they have a better sense of how to handle and stay in business, but they're still not reaching that level of extreme profitability.
Follow.
So once again, with the complexity of hybrid model. If the state is going to put forward significant resources, because it is a significant cost per person, do we run the risk of the state essentially absorbing all of the childcare facilities under its umbrella and then it becomes a state-run program? Does the state have any say at that point in what must happen or must not happen at each individual childcare facility because they are receiving significant resources? Or would the childcare facilities, from your perspective, still be able to do pretty much whatever they want regardless? So we run into, once again, issues that we always run into in these scenarios: religiously organized childcare facilities versus, the whole rigmarole.
So this is a very clear delineation where we're just talking about benefits being provided by the state. And to be super clear, benefits is not a common perk for employees of a childcare facility. So this is really a carrot to say, you're a recent high school grad, you're working at a childcare facility, understand that this position has never had benefits before, and now we're in the position to offer you benefits because it's state covered. So it's adding a new layer of a reason for people to stay in employment and stay in the childcare field as a career rather than as a starter and then move on elsewhere once they've gained valuable experience and can't keep that institutional knowledge. Nonetheless, if we're just talking about benefits and wanting to have strings attached with the benefits, I understand that you have some concerns about a facility, acting poorly or acting badly and wanting some kind of a test. There really is no designation between religious and non-religious childcare facility. I don't see the state needing to add some overlay on that. It really is a public-private partnership that we're talking about. So similar to how we're doing education freedom accounts right now, where we take taxpayer dollars and we send it with the student wherever they choose to attend school, I would say that this is benefits for a facility regardless of their background, whether they are religious or a nonprofit or, just a mom and pop that's taking 6 children and have 1 assistant. So that would be 3 staff. That's sort of a situation. I'm not sure what kind of tests you would be looking for on the state side to make sure that they're qualified to receive benefits.
So as I would see it, the difference between this and an education freedom account is specifically that we're giving money to the child and the child's family, and then the child can choose to spend those funds wherever they see fit. Funds would not be going to the family to offer to the child care facility in order to provide this perk. It would be going directly to the child care facility itself, which is, I believe, still with... It's a fundamental difference in constitutional law as far as I know at the moment. So, yeah, I would just, for clarification purposes.
Thank you for the clarification,
yeah.
Representative Simon.
Thank you.
Representative Baroda?
Thank you. Good morning. So what would prevent other licensed healthcare providers, let's say, would this not set precedents for other licensed healthcare providers for the state of New Hampshire to also participate in this healthcare program? Most to keep them from joining.
I'm not sure I understand the question. This is allowing childcare facilities to opt in to state benefits paid for by the state. If they were to choose private insurance or go elsewhere, that would be on them, and they would be paying for that out of pocket rather than, and often they do. I'm not saying nobody does this. I'm just saying it's not that common. And so for staff retention, being able to offer benefits is a huge way to keep people on.
Follow up.
Follow-up?
But you're setting we would be, you are not, but we would be setting a precedent. And then therefore, what would prevent other licensed individuals from New Hampshire who are in similar situations as childcare providers?
Home health care agencies, for example.
Right. Or, health agencies in the North Country.
Mm-hmm.
So what would prevent those individuals from seeking entry into this system once we allowed this?
So I can see your concern about a slippery slope, right? We open the gate and then everyone wants in.
I just want to say something. It's not a slippery slope. So I don't, that argument is, I'm sorry, but that's a hut button for me because that to me means nothing.
Okay.
This sets a precedence. And so it would allow other individuals, it is not a slippery slope. That argument should not be used in legislation or by legislators. Thank you.
Sorry
Thank
about
you for
the hot
further
button there.
clarification.
So to respond to your concerns about home health aides also opting into benefits paid for by the state or other industries that are having difficulty retaining staff and doing what we know they need to do in order for us to have a very productive and successful state. I would say that that is our job as legislators to determine what our future policy is for the state, how we intend to retain young families and keep them in the state, and on the other end of the spectrum, how we intend to keep elders in the state, right? There is a real concern that if you can't get the health care you need, you may need to leave the state, right? So on either side, we set the policy as legislators and we decide what is and is not worthy of receiving a subsidy from the state so that we can set the policy for the next 10 years. I would posit that this is an emergency situation for childcare. We are not able as a state to maintain the level of childcare that we need to keep young families here in the state. We know we have long waiting lists for the existing childcare facilities. And so we're looking for creative solutions to maintain staff and attract staff, quality staff, so that we can provide that support that families need for kids in the state. I don't know the situation with home health aides. I'm not familiar with what the economics are of that business in New Hampshire, so I'm sorry that I can't really give you the comparison. But I would say that if you have someone who comes forward, if this is signed, if you have someone who comes forward next year with a bill about home health aides, it would be a very different debate about the economics of the situation. And, you know, we as legislators would make that call.
Thank you. Other questions? Yes, Reverend Gerhard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quick questions on I didn't see it, maybe I'm missing something, but employee limits, could this be a single sole proprietorship that could operate and acquire this benefit? Or would they have to be a certain amount of employees?
No, there's no limit. It could be one person, it could be 20 people. There's no limit.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you for the Representative Manjaputi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A quick question in terms of basically you're trying to expand the state insurance.
Madam Chair, we have her speak up? I can't hear you.
We can't hear you very well.
Basically, you're trying to expand the self-insured state insurance group by adding more people to it.
Yes, this would add additional childcare employees to the state benefits provided to state employees. We would be adding additional people to that group.
Okay. Representative Gerhard,
Yeah, I have one more question. I'm done. Okay. The majority of people that work in the child care facility are much younger, correct?
No, it's a wide range of ages. I would say that they're generally female, but there's a wide range of ages of people who work in childcare.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony. I call Director Arlinghouse, Commissioner Arlinghouse, sorry.
Can I have Joyce come with me?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. I'm Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services, and you are?
Joyce Pittman, the Director of Risk and Benefits.
So, and we're here to oppose the bill, and it has nothing to do with childcare or who wants the bill or what they want it for or anything like that. I think childcare is a wonderful thing. I believe children are our future, etc. It's historically, so the Department of Administrative Services, through the Division of Risk and Benefits, runs the state employee health plan. We run one health plan. We have 15 unions that bargain different contracts, but we have one health plan. Historically, over for longer than 10 years, before I was commissioner, before Joyce was director, under multiple governors of multiple parties, the department has opposed similar legislation to this. Not because and it has nothing to do with it, whether it's a healthcare or a chamber of commerce or anyone else. We run one health plan for state employees. That's what we do. We don't have some people in, some people out. We don't run multiple plans. We have one health plan. Historically, we've thought that, and the general position has been that if you're going to define who's in the health plan or not, you should have a general criteria for who can come in the health plan. What we would hate to see is that every year there's a bill for this year it's childcare, next year it's the Chamber of Commerce, the year after it's home health care agencies. It's all of whom are noble groups of people doing great work, and we have a much richer health benefit than anybody else has, and much more expensive health benefit than anybody else has. And so so people would naturally want to become part of it. And one year it'll be this group that the committee thinks is wonderful this year, and then an election intervenes and there's a new group of people sitting at this table, although a lot of the same ones, one would hope. And there's another group that's favored. If you did something, I think it should be criteria based. But we run a healthcare plan for state employees. We communicate to state employees. We charge state employees. And you might say, aren't there some other people who are in the plan? Not really. Legislators are in the plan who pay the entire freight of their cost. But the argument there is that they're kind of like state employees. They're legislators. There are a couple of groups that used to be state employees. CDFA, which is sort of a quasi-state agency, they were state employees. They were on the health plan. When they became not exactly state employees, they're still on the health plan. Last year, and I think we're going to see a flurry of activity because of this, the public defender was added to the list. The public defender was added to the list. Not New Hampshire Legal Aid, not CASA, not people who do noble things to the benefit of people who need defense, but the public defender program. The argument for that at the time was that the public defender program is functionally a state agency. They receive their income is 100% a grant from the state. In 48 or 49 states, it is an agency of state government. Here we kind of sort of pretend it isn't, and they come in. They do come in under the basis where they pay the premium cost. And the premium cost, and I can get you exact numbers, I actually have exact numbers, but the way to think about it, we have a charge that we charge both the agency and the employee. Every employee pays a share. It's a collectively bargained share, and it's not very large, but they pay a small bit. It's functionally $11,000 for a single, $22,000 for a 2-member plan, and $35,000 for a family plan. Those are rounded numbers, but they're pretty close to that. I say that because people are always a little bit surprised by that, and periodically they will say, "Oh, you know what we want? We would like to both be part of the plan, and can we work at a lower rate, or can you have a less rich benefit for us?" And I want to say there's some threshold things, and we're happy to work with the committee. If you go down this route, there's a lot of stuff we'd want to work with you on. Technically, we really hope you don't go down this route, but some of the wording in the bill, some of the language in the bill, some of the things it refers to that, well, that's not what we call that, and things like that. But they pay for that. Well, if you've bought health insurance, and I have a much better benefit than I did before I worked for the state. But it was a lot cheaper, the old one. I mean, right now it is actually cheaper because the taxpayers are paying my benefit. But I also had a $10,000 deductible, in my old plan. But generally speaking, we offer a plan and we offer it to state employees, and we want for the future for that to still be the case, and not periodically every year for there to be another group of people added and another group of people added. And it's not that I think the state shouldn't do something to help people in the childcare industry, and it's certainly not the position of the department, or the past governors or the current governor. But it's, for administrations of varying parties, for example, this has been the position, and it's because of administratively, and that you don't want to add some people this year, some people this year, some people this year, and when you do add people, they have to all be in. That's the other thing. And like the public defender program is in. They're not in if they want to be in. They don't kind of get to be in. All of them are in. You're in, period. Because we don't want adverse selection where just the people who need knee surgery are getting in and they're going to get out in 2 years and things like that. And so, but we're just generally opposed to this. I think that's most of it. Yeah. But also happy to answer any technical questions people have.
Thank you. Representative Schuett, and then Manager Pudi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Nice to see you both again. Could you explain, please, for the pertinence of this bill and probably for some of the newer members of this committee, the limits to the amounts that you use to purchase the healthcare plan?
I think I do know what you're asking. And I want to separate out retiree health, which is limited by the state budget. And the state of New Hampshire health benefit is a self-insured plan. We don't buy an insurance policy, and since about 2002, I think 3, I guess, we don't buy an insurance policy. We pay the premiums, but there isn't a limit. So I mean, functionally, we you're qualified for certain benefits, and if you use them. If next year 10,000 people got knee surgery, we have about 27,000 members. If 10,000 people got knee surgery, we would pay 10,000 knee surgeries. And if 2,000 people got knee surgery, we'd pay 2,000 knee surgeries. And, the rates and things like that are negotiated through our third-party administrator.
A follow-up.
Follow-up.
And the rates would increase if the expenses go up for those participating?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Manager Pudi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question, Commissioner. Are foster care providers eligible to participate like the legislators have
No,
pay into?
no one is eligible to participate except state employees. And then the caveats to that, if you want to call it that, are legislators and now the public defender program. That's it. NHRS is in because they started in. There's employees at Pease who are, we can argue about whether they're state employees or not, but it dates to when they were in, and CDFA. But those are the people who are eligible.
Yes. Yes, Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question, which is really more just a reinforcement. I'd like you to reinforce. You answered my question about the public defenders, and I recall that that process we went through last year very clearly. And so for the new members of our committee, just wanting you to once again clarify what set them apart from any other entity. And as I recall it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it was that they operate under contract. They do a necessary process for the state that all other states have as a state agency, but New Hampshire chooses to contract with only one agency. Is that correct?
I think that's a good description. It's a constitutionally required function that the state is contracting with an entity that, and I think one of the important pieces is we're not contracting with a vendor. It is an entity that does nothing else. It is an entity that raises no other money. It's an entity whose entire budget is granted them by the state. And I mean, they're functionally part of Judicial Council. They just happen to sort of not be. And it is probably the only thing in the entire state that you could refer to as functionally a state agency. That it's a kind of weird thing that it's like that. And I don't know why it's like that. So maybe it makes all the sense in the world. Although just outside looking in, it seems weird. But that's why.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Flackus.
Thank you. So just a couple of questions on interpreting this. One is, as I understand it, this would have the state pay the entire cost, which it appears to me would be actually a better benefit than anybody else in the system gets. If that's true. And the other one is, what are the problems with the thing where it looks like a child care, the company, the employer can opt in or not, opt out or not, every 2 years and make that decision? Is that going to cause problems?
The extent to which small subgroups of people can opt in and out of plans is the greater the frequency, the worse it is. 2 years is better than 1 year. 4 years is better than 2 years. Opting in or opting out, it's best if, it certainly shouldn't be the individual, because it leads to all sorts of adverse selection issues. That becomes an issue. In terms of so the amendment would technically, the way it's written, I don't know if this is the intention, but would technically provide a better benefit. We have a small copay for state employees. We certainly don't pay 100% of anybody. At some point, although I'm sure the sponsors of the bill would say, well, we would accept the terms of the copay or whatever. But the notion of, if you think about, state reps are allowed to join, you have to pay 11, 22, or 35. And if you did go down this path, somebody would have to pay that. Like there's nobody right now. What happens is it's not in Joyce's budget. It's in every agency's budget. It's in the personnel lines. It's a class 60 expense if you're reading the budget. And so everybody who's in, there's a transfer every pay period that goes out of the state budget into a separate thing, which happens to be called Fund 60. And so you'd have to figure out, I'm not saying that couldn't be done, anything can be done. You'd have to figure it out, but somewhere in the state budget would sit the totality of the grant. And it would have to sit somewhere in the budget. It wouldn't just sort of be spent. It would have to sit somewhere.
Follow up?
Follow up.
I know you may not have the actual numbers, but do you have, or can you come up with just even a very rough estimate of what this would cost?
If somebody told me how many people would be joining and how many of them would be single, how many of them would be double, and how many would be family, yeah, easily. But I would need that number. Like I don't honestly know, not having read all the childcare reports, if we're talking about 1,000 people or 4,000 people, and how many of them are likely to need family coverage.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? All right. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Jackie Cowell.
Good morning. How do you do? My name is Jackie Cowell. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jackie Cowell. I am the Executive Director of Early Learning New Hampshire. We are a statewide nonprofit that works on childcare issues. And so I'm here today to urge you to support this bill and tell you why I think it should be supported. In New Hampshire today, there's always a lot of you, it is a noble, thank you for saying that, Commissioner. It is a noble career, but it's also a very important career to our economy. And so what we've learned, is that for, there's a childcare workforce crisis, but there is in every industry. Almost every industry today in New Hampshire, because of lots of different reasons, you all know them, is facing a workforce crisis. Childcare businesses are no different. What is different is that childcare employs what we call the workforce behind the workforce. When a teacher resigns, as many as 8 children on average will not have childcare, which means their parents then may have to leave the labor force. There's a real direct connection between the people working in childcare and then who in all other industries are able to actually work or not. We're also finding that prior to the pandemic, we have fewer opportunities, fewer slots. A childcare center, for instance, may have been running for years, decades, with 10 classrooms. They're now running with 9 or 8, because they cannot find people to do this work. So this particular bill is designed to be a very specific bill to support the workforce behind the workforce to allow our labor force to go to work. And so what we're learning again is that, these classrooms, they're still there. but they've been running for decades, but they haven't been running for a few years now because they can't find the people. We want to retain the people, and your good question about the ages. You know, the people that are in the, you know, I think what's going to be part of doing this and having it come next year with good look at what is the size of it's 5,500 people is what the estimate is right now. How old they are, whether they have spouses and families or two people, that has not been studied. But that can be part of what we look at to determine what it would cost, but also to talk together about the criteria of why. Why this workforce? Why would you do that for this workforce? There are nonprofit childcare programs. There are privately owned childcare programs. You know, the technical word could be for profit. But Representative Simon, there aren't too many out there making $1 million. I know you know that. But interesting criteria that you mentioned, you know, so that you don't want people who could afford it to just take it. I get that. But I've known many childcare owners today. They own it. It's a privately owned business. They haven't been taking salary for about 2 years because the math just doesn't work. When you give people benefits, when you pay their wages, where is the number one place you're going to find that revenue? It's the working families. It's the tuition that the working families are paying. We all know it's tough to pay it already, let alone if we give them more health insurance. It's going to have to come from the hardworking families. And so that's why this bill is really proposing at looking at this being a public-private partnership, because childcare supports all industries and the labor force in New Hampshire. And we're not just, you know, supporting today's workforce. Childcare helps prepare the workforce of the future, of course, the children that are in there. So a childcare, you know, provider right now, a teacher going to work will stop at McDonald's, and she's probably been in the field for about 5 years and is making about $13, $15 an hour after all that time. She drives up to McDonald's and sees the big sign, $18 an hour to start, and we're going to pay your health benefits. We're going to send you to school. You know, so it's harder and harder to stay in the field, and it's harder and harder to recruit. So I urge you to support this bill to keep it, ought to pass, so we can have that discussion. We can do those studies. We can really look at what the cost would be and the why together. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. From your perspective, you're saying an average child care worker is making 13 to 15, and they see the sign at McDonald's for $18 to $20 an hour. So from your perspective, even in the disparity and the pay gap, having this particular health insurance would close the gap for people who would typically be in that field.
I think it would really help them stay. I think it would really help them come to the field. I do.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. If I may?
Yes.
I just looked right before this. There were some other people coming to testify. They couldn't get out because there weren't enough staff. But online, you will see there's right now, I believe, about 536 people who did write in their support. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. I don't see any other questions, so thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1454? See any? So I will close the hearing and open the hearing on House Bill 1546. Is Representative Corcoran here? Ah, okay, thank you. I don't see any.
Representative Corcoran, Hillsborough 44. My testimony on this bill is fairly simple. It is unreasonable to ask a taxpayer to support not only attitudes, but active discrimination against his own category. It is everyone's right as an individual to make their own purchasing decisions. And, you know, if someone is a hardcore rightist and they dislike Ben and Jerry's political stances, they don't have to buy Ben and Jerry ice cream. If someone is a left of center, they can choose to buy their groceries from an organic bakery or whatever. But when it comes to government purchasing things on our behalf, we lose this right. It is illegal, both at state level and at federal level, to discriminate on the basis of certain categories, race, religion, etc. But as we all know, this happens all the time. There's some certain approved directions and unapproved directions. This bill simply forbids state and town governments from purchasing from corporations that practice active discrimination on race and sex. I think that there are two protests against this bill. We don't need it because it doesn't happen, in which case I would say then once the, if the bill were to be enacted in law, we would see no activity. There would be no cases where anyone would find that the state or towns were purchasing from organizations that were engaged in discrimination. And the other one, there's a joke online, it's not happening and it's good that it is. So, if the objection is, well, this is going to create new court cases because people are going to be bringing challenges under this. I would say, that's sort of like saying we shouldn't pass a law against arson because it's going to increase the demand on our police and courts. That's the entirety of my testimony, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Good, thank you. I have a question, and then Representative Fitzpatrick. So you said that this discrimination is illegal.
Yes.
Right. Thank you. Representative Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How would you know?
How would I know?
Yeah, what's your criteria
For stating that it's illegal currently?
for saying that anyone is meeting whatever criteria you want to create to not purchase from them?
I think that in general, the courts find it, quite easy to, enforce their own rules of evidence. And in this case, we go into some data or some specific examples of what would be included. So if, for example, someone said, the state is purchasing, snowplows from, the Snowplow Corporation of Saskatchewan. And the Snowplow Corporation of Saskatchewan says, we proudly, promote people of certain races and certain sexes, regardless of their capabilities or, to the detriment because we're not looking at individual skills. And it is unfortunately the case that lots of corporations practice this and proudly brag about it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple, if I might. On line 6, line 8.
Yes.
Can you clarify for me? I understand the beginning of the statement that we shall not contract for a company that discriminates in hiring, et cetera, through line 8. Including but limited to permitting DEI statements. So do you know, are DEI statements included in the law similarly to the discrimination statements about sex, race, sexuality, and national origin, et cetera?
The intent of the bill as written is that DEI statements as part of a corporate policy would serve as evidence that the corporation is engaged in discrimination.
So I think that's a no to my question.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Follow-up or additional
Follow-up.
question? On line 16 and 17, would this be that you're guilty until proven innocent?
No, I believe that's incorrect. Line 14 and 15 says that the citizen or the attorney general shall have the burden to prove it. And if they have proven it, this is sort of reversing the, if the citizen has proven prima facie evidence that this discrimination exists, that the corporation or, the purchasing body, a town or the state could, use the procedure in 16 and 17 to say, you made a good showing, but you missed some details. We're going to show why actually that's incorrect.
Okay, thank you. And may I, one more?
One more.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Having been a state employee and done more contracts than I would like to remember. There were cases in my history where you would go to a vendor and they would say, it's just too hard to do the state contract. We're not going to put in a quote. And that's not an unusual because it's a much more complicated process than a private industry. Do you see that this additional piece would make that happen more often? That companies, the state would not have access to as many reasonable quotes as you might get otherwise.
I do understand the question. It's a good question. I have two responses. One is that I think that New Hampshire's purchasing is much less wrapped in requirements than certain other states. And so, if the state of California or the state of New York, walk in with their 700-page, standard contract, corporations and I've done purchasing. I've been on the other side of a small vendor trying to sell into places. Corporations tend to sort themselves as, yes, we're in the business of supplying pickup trucks to governments, and here are our 900 pages of answers. I don't think that this would add appreciably. The second answer is I think that it's, quite simple for a corporation to say, yes, we sell snowplows, and no, we certainly don't discriminate on race because it's illegal under federal law to do so. So, I'd be happy to sign a Post-it note to that effect. It's very simple.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Gerhardt?
Looking at the fiscal note, the second to last page, second paragraph, the Department of Justice states this bill could impact thousands of contracts across the state, counties, municipalities, potentially leading to a surge in complaints managed by the Attorney General's office. Screening for compliance might become essential for state contracts, demanding increased time and resources. But this is already illegal. Isn't that their job?
That is my understanding. Yes.
Yes. That's the usual sort of thing the Department of Justice says. You're making something more of a crime, therefore it's possible it might cause more costs in the court system.
And I would say, I sort of pre-addressed this with, I do see one or two objections. And this objection is, wait, we can't pass this bill. If we had a bill like this, we would no longer be allowed to buy from the anti-Chinese, steering wheel corporation of Nebraska. If it turned out to be the case that, people are saying, hey, did you know that you are purchasing, heating fuel from a corporation, that discriminates on the race of such and such, I would think that that would be an enforcement action that we would be happy to take.
Representative Lakis?
My question is, if this activity is already illegal, why not deal with it, go after the company for doing that rather than burdening every single department in the state that's going to be doing procurement with trying to vet all these companies? I mean, that's not really, the function of the department. They're trying to plow snow or whatever. But I mean, aren't there paths to go after discrimination as it stands now?
That is a good question. And my answer to that is twofold. On the first hand, we all understand the distinction between a criminal case and a civil case. And so, all of the time, an attorney general will say, I know something's going on here, but this isn't a, department priority. I'm going to have to jump through so many hoops. I'm going to have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this guy, threw a pack of cigarettes out the window. It's not going to happen. And with civil cases, there is a lower bar, although, not trivial. The second one is that, I could walk into the Attorney General's office right now and say that, I have clear and convincing evidence that the state of New Hampshire is purchasing, $15 million of such and such, and that firm has a explicit policy right on their webpage that we discriminate against, certain category. And the Attorney General, who is, not, and this isn't a criticism, it's just a statement of how things are organized, he is not responsible to the voters. He can say, I hear what you're saying, that's not my priority. And yet, as a individual voter and taxpayer, I still say, well, I am paying taxes every day that, go in, and it's going to, imagine that I have a Asian American wife. I'm paying taxes to a firm that explicitly discriminates against Asian Americans. And, I'm not going to say that that's exactly compelled speech, but it has a flavor similar to compelled speech. I'm being compelled to expend, the fruits of my labor to engage in an activity, albeit indirectly, that, I find repugnant. So by having a right of private action, this is distinct from existing laws.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
The chair will call David Jovett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dave Juvet. I am a Senior Vice President for Public Policy for the Business and Industry Association. I'm not before this committee very often, so for those of you who are not familiar with the BIA, we serve as New Hampshire's statewide Chamber of Commerce. We have approximately 400 employer members who are providing employment to over 100,000 Granite Staters. We're here in opposition to this bill, and I'll focus my comments on line 8, where it starts out talking about discrimination on the basis of sex, race, sexuality, national origin, ethnicity, or ideology, which I think we could probably all agree to, and which are commonly understood issues of discrimination that are covered under law. But then it adds, but not limited to permitting diversity, equity, and inclusion statements. For the employers who have diversity, equity, and inclusion statements, which may be worded in 10,000 different ways, I think they would take exception to and probably be offended by the suggestion that that equates to discrimination. So we would oppose the bill just based on that. This is essentially, this bill is the state of New Hampshire telling private sector employers what they think they should do or shouldn't do in the best interest of their employees and customers. And I don't think that's right. I also think it could lead to extraordinarily increased litigation that employers may be able to quickly dispense with, but at some cost. And I question the very premise of the bill as it was presented, which is, why should citizens of New Hampshire have their taxpayer money sent to companies that have diversity, equity, and inclusion statements? I would ask, if only their opinion counts, why aren't we considering the citizens of this state who would like their tax money directed to companies that have diversity, equity, and inclusion statements? The fact is, you're just opening up a can of worms, which is bad enough. But were this to go forward, it is essentially the state of New Hampshire saying, if you're a company that for whatever reason you choose to have diversity, equity, and inclusion statements as a part of your business, you're not welcome in this state. And I think that's not a good place for New Hampshire to be. Happy to answer any questions.
Representative Schuett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for your testimony. Could you give us an idea how complicated and time-consuming it might be for these entities to investigate the companies that they do business with for meeting these criteria?
I don't even begin to understand how this bill would be enforceable and how the various entities of state, county, and local governments would assess whether a company's diversity, equity, and inclusion statement is synonymous with discrimination. I just don't even know how that is possible.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
James Monahan?
Good morning, Representative McGuire, members of the committee. I'm Jim Monahan with the DuPont Group. I'm here today on behalf of Ceres. sustainable advocacy organization that works with some of the largest businesses and investors in New Hampshire and across the country to build a more sustainable global economy. I passed in written testimony and we'll file it electronically as well. There are some links in the testimony that'll provide you additional information about Ceres and our member companies. For example, active members with the organization in New Hampshire include Autodesk, Timberland, Stonyfield, Worthen Industries, as well as over 200 smaller businesses that have signed on to a series of policy principles which outline the benefits of investing in clean energy and energy efficiency. We share the concerns of the BIA and others who have spoken that the provisions in this bill that address diversity, equity, and inclusion statements are misplaced. It seems to equate that activity, which is incredibly common in businesses in New Hampshire and across the country, to have diversity, equity, inclusion statements as somehow being unlawfully discriminatory, when in fact those who adopt them probably see it as the opposite. And so it's for those reasons that Ceres opposes House Bill 1564, an act relative to government purchasing that would prevent the state from contracting with businesses that adopt diversity, equity, and inclusion statements. Businesses enact DEI policy not only because it's a moral imperative to create more welcoming workspace, but because it's a strategic necessity that fosters innovation, drives economic growth, and ensures long-term corporate success. A study which is linked in the testimony we'll provide you by Ceres member LinkedIn finds that companies with DEI teams were 22% more likely to be seen as an industry-leading company with high caliber talent. We'd also add an echo from a procurement provision that adopting this provision and the prohibition on companies participating in purchasing the state, county, and local level that have DEI statements would probably be quite costly to government in New Hampshire, because it will greatly diminish the number of folks that bid on RFPs and opportunities to do business with the state. I'll leave it at that. I'll answer any questions you all might have, but as I said, the testimony we're passing out, and which will be sent to you electronically, does include links to additional information about Ceres and our policy principles.
Thank you. Are there questions? Okay. No, there were not enough copies for the entire committee.
I thought I had passed in 22 copies, but I'll be certainly happy to get them to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
We would appreciate it. Okay, Kate Horrigan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Kate Horgan. I'm here on behalf on today of the New Hampshire Association of Counties. The association does oppose this bill, and Representative Schuett hit it right on the head. We have no idea how we would possibly verify all of the contractors and employer purchasing agreements that we purchase from. This would eliminate platforms like Amazon, because Amazon is its own company and sells its own stuff, but individual sellers also participate in that platform. And so while Amazon may qualify under this new bill as proposed, some of the sellers may not, and we may or may not be able to get a hold of those sellers to verify. And even if we are able to, the amount of time that would take would drastically slow down purchasing at the county government level. I will leave it at that. We agree with both Mr. Monahan and Mr. Juvet's positions, but I'm happy to take any questions from the committee.
I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Catherine Heck.
Good morning, Chairman McGuire and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Catherine Heck, and I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association and the 234 cities and towns in New Hampshire. We oppose this bill, and while we certainly agree that discrimination has no place in contract and purchasing, we are deeply concerned on page 2, starting with line 19, the prohibitions around cities, towns, and unincorporated places, how we would in fact comply with the legislation. We do not have the information required to evaluate a company. The criteria is not quite clear to us on what that would look like. And for example, the federal government maintains a database of excluded parties, which would include any company or contractor disbarred from doing business with the federal government. So in the absence of a tool like that, when you receive a federal grant, you're required to look up if anyone you're contracting with has been suspended or disbarred based on criteria set forth by the federal government. We would not be able to necessarily comply with this law as written. I did want to add that it was discussed about RFPs and bidding on another bill that we were working on, looking at architects and engineers and contractors. We have gathered data to support that. Last year, we received on average 1.5 bids per project for facilities and facility infrastructure that we were trying to do on the municipal level. In 2018, we were receiving 3.86 bids per project. So a bill like this could seriously impact our ability to move forward local projects. But again, if there was some type of clearinghouse that was very clear on what the state requirements were and companies were pre-vetted, that might assist us in our ability to comply with this type of legislation. And that's all I have, unless there's any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions?
Thank
Seeing
you.
none, thank you. Does anyone else wish to testify on House Bill 1546? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public hearing. The committee will resume at 1:15. All right, good afternoon, welcome back. I have a request for those people who use the computer on my desk in the office. Please do not leave your drinks on the desk. Today I found a coffee cup, a can of soda, and a bottle of water, so I did not pour them out today.
Don't care, they won't mind.
All right. So, Representative Merchant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Gary Merchant, Representative Gary Merchant, representing Sullivan County District 6, which is Claremont and Croydon, New Hampshire. I'm here today representing both myself as a representative, as a sponsor of this bill, the prime sponsor, as well as the chair of the Prescription Drug Affordability Board. So I'm not going to read my testimony. I think that can be done. You folks can do that clearly on your own. But basically speak to the bill and reason I'm here. In House Bill 2 last year, there was inserted some changes to RSA 126BB, which governs the board. And one of those changes was to limit the executive director to 2 years after the date of hire. And the other one was that, which I believe is unprecedented, that a contract that the board has to go to fiscal as well as the governor and council. I have not found anywhere in the state that that requirement is required. So my concern is by passing this bill and putting that language in the RSA, we're setting a precedent. And I think anytime we're setting a precedent, we should be very careful how we set it. I think it's some way overkill. I think the governor and council does a phenomenal job looking at contracts. I think that's where it should reside, not going to both fiscal as well as the governor and council. It's redundant, and I don't know the need for it. The other one is a 2-year limitation, and that was there because there's an issue of redundancy. There was an issue about the redundancy between the board and the Department of Insurance, the insurance department. That study is being done, it's ongoing. However, that will not be known to us in that report until sometime in October or November of this year. Being a legislative body as it is, what I'm asking for is not to eliminate the 2-year restriction, but to expand it to 4 years to allow the legislative process time to work through the process and do it appropriately and correctly, and not force ourselves into a situation, both the board and the legislative body, to rush through something that it probably shouldn't do. So therefore, the two elements in the bill is to modify RSA 126BB to extend the 2 years to 4 years, to delete the requirement, the redundancy between the board with contracts and fiscal and governor and council. And by the way, this bill has the full support of the board, including Representative Edwards, who was on the meeting. It's on tape, you can see it. So he supported the bill during the meeting. And I'm just saying the board as collectively is also in support of the bill. They're not trying to eliminate the time limit, if you will, recognizing we have to get the report on the redundancy and then we have to be able to act on it. All we're asking this committee to do and the legislative body to do was provide a reasonable period of time to act on whatever the recommendations are from that study. And then at the same time, eliminate what I think is potentially a precedent that we not want to set.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Dolan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It may sound like an odd question, but in this 2-year cycle, does the executive director have to campaign for the reappointment, or is it, what's the method of getting reappointed?
The method of reappointment, basically they're hired by the board, so they become a state employee. They're not basically a political entity. They're not elected, if you will. So at that point in time, if after 2 years, if we don't pass the bill and to extend it, then their employment becomes non-void. Now, they can't have a job. The job disappears. So,
Thank you.
Representative Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may have missed it in your testimony, but the 2-year cycle for the executive director, where are we at in that cycle right now?
good question, Representative Simon. Right now, the way the law was written is 2 years from date of hire. The executive director has been hired. His name is Kurt Williamson. He begins on January 29th. So the 2 years starts from January 29th of this year.
Follow up? So if you have a full 2 years, you said the report is coming out in October. What do you foresee that would require an extra 2 years on top of the year and a quarter that you would have to review and make your changes?
It's the legislative calendar. My understanding is that if the report comes out in, say, beginning of November, the dates in which we have to file legislation is relatively narrow. So what will happen is we'll get the report. Someone's got to look at the report, make the decision to support another bill, but we'll most likely miss that window in November, which means we have to wait another full year before we can take legislative action.
Thank you.
Any others? Representative Blackus.
Thank you. It's been a while since I've looked at this, but as I recall, at least as the statute read, I don't know if it's changed, that money would come to the board through certain fees and other things charged to, I think, a variety of organizations that, you know, manufactured, distributed, all that sort of thing. And if that's correct, and that money comes directly to the board and the board could spend it, I could see it. I'm just talking about section 2. Would there be a kind of a difference between what's going on with the board and certain other things where the board would be taking in money and spending it without any kind of legislative approval? And then I could see, you know, going to the fiscal committee and general court as kind of, you know, a way to at least include some legislative oversight of spending. So it doesn't seem to be quite the same as everything else.
Right. Thank you for the question, Ms. Representative Lekas. In House Bill 2, we eliminated that completely. So in other words, the board is completely dependent upon state funds. There's no fees that the board assesses. So right now in House Bill 2, it's fully supported out of the state general treasury, which does have legislative oversight. It goes to a budget committee review, and it goes to a legislative review. So the board finances are, in fact, controlled by the legislative body.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to skim through this. It looks like there are some fees. Are there still fees? And if so, do they just go to the general fund, or how's that work?
I'm not aware of anywhere there's any fees. Those fees were eliminated.
Just quick follow up. I mean, I'm looking at what's in on Gen Court under RSAs. I don't know if it hasn't been updated.
It may not be updated. I can get you a current version of the RSA if you'd like.
I'd appreciate that.
If you
Thank
would.
you.
But the to your point, in House Bill 2, House Bill 2 eliminated all the fees because they're considered to be, quote, unconstitutional. And at that point in time, we went to the general court, and the legislative body elected to put money in the budget through the legislative process to the financial, and that's how the board supported today.
Yeah, thank you, because I'd had a concern about that when it came before us before. Thank you.
Okay. Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at the RSA, and I don't see any kind of direction if you go to fiscal committee and they approve and then the governor and council disapproves. If there's a conflict between those two, it looks like there's no guidance as to what you would do. Have you encountered anything like that in the brief period of time that this has been in?
Thank you for the question, Representative. In a brief period of time, let me say this, we have not had any real activity with the board until just recently because we had to wait for the funding to occur. We have an MOU with the Department of Health and Human Services because we're administrative attached to them. But as far as at this point in time, we have not had any issue per se because we had never had a reason for a contract. So to be seen.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you very much. Oh, excuse me, Representative Schmidt has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are you aware of any other state of New Hampshire agency which has this kind of a funding structure where it's the fiscal committee and the governor and the executive council?
Thank you for the question, Representative. Based upon what I've tried to reach out to different agencies, different boards and commission. I have not found one yet that has this requirement.
Yeah, I have my follow-up.
Follow-up.
So, and you've made a thorough search, I take it?
I guess the question comes down to the definition of thorough. I've done what I can in a short period of time.
Representative, I've been your colleague for about 6 years now.
Yes.
I've seen you in action, so I think my use of the word thorough is fitted to.
I believe the next speaker will be able to answer this question for you
Okay, thank you.
without debating the meaning of thorough. Other questions? Thank you very much, Representative Merchant.
Thank you.
Representative Leishman.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Peter Leishman. I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon. Excuse me. And I'm here to testify against 1601 FNA. To be quite candid, I'm a little puzzled that this bill was introduced. Representative Jess Edwards and I have been following the Prescription Drug Affordability Board for some time. This board has appeared before fiscal for requests, money requests, issues dealing with rules, and the fiscal committee has tabled a number of their requests until some of these questions had been answered. The language you see in the bill dealing with section 126 BB:11 was specifically added by Representative Edwards into the budget found on page 102. This was because of the concerns that we had on the Finance Committee and the Fiscal Committee. I do serve on the Finance Committee, and I also serve on the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee. And for those of you that may not be familiar with the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee, there are 5 senators and 5 House members that look at spending requests or departments that may run out of money, and we accept requests for funding. Federal funding comes through us, and we meet generally once a month. So I'm, again, a little puzzled with the earlier testimony because I've been texting Representative Edwards, and he is not in favor of the restriction, removing the section that takes the Joint Legislative Fiscal Committee out of this review. And to Representative Lekas's thoughts, we also felt in the Finance Committee, being a new board that has the ability to spend an awful lot of money, perhaps, it should still have some legislative oversight. Thank you. Excuse me.
Representative Leishman, do you have any concerns with the 4-year term rather than the 2-year term for the director, or?
I personally do not.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Schuett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask the same question that I asked Representative Merchant. What should the board do if there's a conflict between fiscal's approval and, say, the governor and council disapproval? How do they resolve that?
Generally, a number of issues come through fiscal first before they go to governor and council. So it wouldn't be like governor and council approving and then coming to fiscal. The general way of things move from fiscal is from fiscal to the governor and council. And if we don't approve it, it doesn't go to governor and council.
Okay, what about if you approve it and they say no? I don't see any remedy to resolve that difference.
Well, if the fiscal committee was taken out of it, it would just go straight to governor and council. There'd be no legislative oversight whatsoever.
Follow up.
Follow
My
up.
point, though, is should there be something built into this as to a remedy?
I think Representative Schuett, the way it is now, is sufficient, works well. We haven't had a problem with it yet. And again, this language was established in House Bill 2 just a little more than 6 months ago and hasn't had a chance to even go through the process.
Thank you.
Other questions? Representative Blackus?
If I may, it's not a question, but it's a response. There's a number of cases where a legislative committee deals with something, then it goes to governor and council. For example, JCEC can approve certain things we approve, then it goes to governor and council. And in that case, I mean, if the committee approves it and the governor and council don't, then it stops. It has to pass every step. There's no conflict, really.
Yeah. The governor and council has different priorities and different criteria than the legislator in some cases. Okay, anyone else? All right, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to the committee.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on House Bill 1601? All right, seeing none, close the public hearing. And I think we will go into executive session and discuss House Bill 1546 on government purchasing. Does someone have a motion? For your memory, that was the one just before lunch from,
No, let them do it. Let them.
what's that? Representative Gould.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to ITL that bill.
Second.
Okay. ITL by Representative Gould, seconded by Representative Schmidt. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I just think that, as we heard in the testimony, the bill would be very difficult to monitor. The definitions, how do you even define the kinds of things? It just, and we heard that the activities that the prime sponsor seemed to be concerned with, which was illegality of discrimination, is already against the law. And so this seems redundant, and I think that's about what I have to say about it.
Representative Schmidt, do you wish to speak to your second?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the workability was heavily criticized in the aggregate anyway by the people who spoke in opposition. That was all the testimony except the sponsors, and I agree that this is also a solution in search of a problem. So I'm happy to support the ITL.
Okay. Any other comments, Representative Blackus?
I agree with the ITL. The problem is it's a problematic precedent. I mean, arguably, almost anything that's illegal that a vendor might do could more, you'd help enforcing it by making it part of the requirements, part of the procurement process, but that's not the right way to handle it, in my view.
Yes, I would, but based on this, we could say, well, if you've got any wage and hours discrepancies, we can't do business with you, and that would be problematic. Anyone else? Comments, questions, concerns? Okay, then the motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1546, and the clerk can call the roll.
Representative Simon.
Yes.
Representative Lakis.
Yes.
Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Dolan. Representative Gerhard. Clerk votes yes. Representative Brown. Do we have Brown?
Yes.
Representative Groda.
Yes.
Representative Schmidt.
Yes.
Representative Schuett.
Yes.
Representative Fitzpatrick.
Yes.
Representative Gould.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Manjapudi,
Yes.
and the chair.
Yes,
14 yay, 0, 1 nay, sorry.
14 to 1, is that right?
Yes, 14 to 1.
Okay. Does anyone object to consent? Okay, well, if you don't object to consent, I think we should put it there. Representative Gould, I will need your committee report at your earliest convenience and absolutely no later than next Wednesday.
Are you going to pull it off consent?
Yes. Well, if you want to object to consent, no problem. Okay? Fine. All right. And does anybody else have another motion? Okay, I don't see any volunteers, so was that Representative
Well,
Blackus?
I could make a motion on 1454 if you want.
I'm not ready to make that.
Okay.
You're not ready to do
All
it?
right.
Okay, fine. All right, in that case, we will come out of executive session and our next hearing is at 2 p.m.
So the
All right, welcome to EDNA. I'm opening the hearing on House Bill 1486, and I call the sponsor, Representative Germana.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the chair and the committee. I am the primary sponsor of the bill, but I'm going to keep my introductory remarks very, very brief because we have a witness who just arrived. He'll be back in here in a moment. Professor Charles Whelan from Dartmouth, who is the real person that I think you're going to want to ask your questions of, and he has to leave by 2:45 and drive straight back to Hanover. So I'm going to keep my introductory remarks very, very brief, and then have Professor Whelan come and talk to you and answer your questions. This bill is to establish a proxy carbon price for purchases by the state. We're talking about renovations or the purchase of, for example, vehicles or other equipment that would involve carbon emissions. It is a proxy price because we do not currently have a carbon price here in New Hampshire or in the United States, although as witnesses who will follow me will discuss, it is coming. Canada has one, the United States, or the European Union has one, and we are going to be at a significant economic disadvantage if we do not also move in the direction of carbon pricing. It will hurt our exports to those countries, those markets. This is a situation, I think, where we can walk and chew gum at the same time. We can reduce the burden on taxpayers and reduce carbon emissions at the same time. Markets are based on incentives. Absent incentives, it is pretty close to the literal definition of insanity to believe that someone will, in a market context, change their behavior. We have to have economic incentives. And that is the policymakers who originally came up with this idea of carbon pricing were conservative, market-driven policymakers who were trying to find an alternative to state-driven models. And so carbon pricing was about constructing a market for carbon emissions. The state of New Hampshire is an agent, is an actor in the market as we build buildings and renovate buildings, HVAC systems, and we produce, or pardon me, we consume vehicles and other carbon emitting costs, right? That the taxpayer has to pay for. The purpose of this bill is actually to be able to think about how the carbon market will allow us to save money for taxpayers of the state of New Hampshire, thinking about how a carbon market is functioning currently in the world and how it's likely to affect New Hampshire and the United States in the coming years. So that is the very basic focus of the bill, the intent of the bill. I believe that it's consistent with our obligation to serve our constituents both financially, economically, and environmentally. And Professor Whelan and some of our other guests here today will be able to give you some really good detail around how a carbon pricing system works and answer questions that you might have.
Thank you. I have a question. This doesn't, the point of X dollars per ton doesn't make any sense to me when you're talking about buying a car. How would you apply it?
Well, you would take a look at over the course of how long the state plans to have that car, right? How much carbon you are using to fuel that automobile. The carbon price would affect the price of that car if it's factored into carbon price is factored into the expense of operating that vehicle over its lifetime.
So you'd have multiple assumptions on how long you're going to keep the car and what kind of mileage it's going to get and how many miles you drive it, and then put a price on the amount of gas consumed because of those?
Yes, that's correct. I assume that when the state purchases vehicles for state employees, for example, to use, these are all things that would be taken into account. How long do we have the average vehicle in our fleet? How many miles is it driven each year? Highway miles, those kinds of things are factored into the valuation of automobiles, right? So I don't see how that would be different when it comes to assessing carbon.
Have you verified that with the purchasing departments?
No, they would have to write up the rules for how specifically they would account for that. This bill is not an attempt to force upon them a particular accounting regime for that, but they would need to be able to, in order to implement this, would have to write new rules, and the rules would allow for accounting for those things.
I'm glad you thought of that, but that's not included in the bill. You have to give them specific rule writing authority in order to have them do that. They don't do it automatically.
If I may ask a question, I appreciate
Please.
that. I did not know. If we are instructing them to include a new variable in their purchasing, I had assumed that, and obviously I'm wrong in this case, I had assumed that would necessitate a rule to allow them to incorporate a new accounting method. But I appreciate the clarification. I
Okay.
did not know that.
All right, thank you. Anyone else have a question? Okay, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Charles Whelan?
Thank you for having me. You have my written testimony. So I'm Charlie Whelan. I've come down from Dartmouth. I teach at the Tuck School of Business. I was trained at the University of Chicago, which will be relevant down the road because the key issue here is that, and one of the most important ideas in economics, is that markets don't necessarily get things right when there's some cost that the parties don't have to incur. So classic example historically would be smoking. Neither the companies that produced the cigarettes nor the people who bought them bore the full costs. There are all kinds of healthcare costs that were then borne by the state. Lead paint would be another example. So the most important thing about this bill is that it would give the state the power to look at the real social cost of whatever they're purchasing. And I thought your question was spot on. But if you take a relatively simple example, if you're comparing two snowplows, and one of them is ostensibly cheaper, but does a lot more damage to the roads, then it would make sense for DOT to look at a different snowplow that when they fully incorporated the cost of repairs might be cheaper in the lifetime of the plow. This goes one step further and says if you're making a procurement decision and one option involves a significant amount of carbon emissions that then do damage elsewhere in the state, whether it's climate change related damage to the ski industry or erosion on the seacoast or health effects that are borne by the state, that in your purchasing decision, you can incorporate those costs. You've got my written testimony, but just a couple of points I really want to make, and then we can open it up for questions. The first is just this key idea that markets are a terrific and powerful thing, but you do have to get the price right. And when it comes to any kind of pollution, water pollution, air pollution, carbon pollution, congestion pollution, if the people doing whatever they're doing don't feel that price, you're not going to get the outcome that's best for everybody. This is a long-standing belief in economics. And I mentioned the University of Chicago. My dissertation advisor was Gary Becker. His dissertation advisor was Milton Friedman. And both Friedman, Friedman died, I think, before it became relevant, but Gary Becker, who is very much of the Chicago school, was one of the earliest and most vocal proponents for putting some kind of price on carbon, because he felt that markets didn't get it right. Second, putting the cost of carbon in state procurement decisions is a fiscally responsible thing to do. I mean, we are responsible for the full cost of whatever we do. So if buying a diesel truck seems cheap, but has emissions consequences that are more expensive in the long run than an electric version, then we ought to do the fiscally responsible thing, which is to take into account that pollution and opt for the second thing. You mentioned the price. And I have to say, I'm agnostic on what the right price per ton of carbon is. It's a very complicated thing to calculate. And you have to decide whether you want to think about just the carbon emissions as they affect New Hampshire, or whether it's New England, or whether it's global carbon. But one thing I can say unequivocally, which is why I was eager to come down here, is the correct price for a ton of carbon emissions is not zero. There are significant costs that have to be incorporated. And that's something you can give rulemaking authority to someone who has more expertise around that. And then last, I see this bill as a step in the right direction. as the representative alluded to in his opening remarks, ideally, we would like to get to a place where all of our behavior takes into account all of the costs that we impose on whatever parties might be. And this is both to make markets work better so that you take the full count of your behavior into account and don't do things that impose costs on other people, but not yourself. But also, I would say, and consistent with this, my comments about the University of Chicago, it is a more efficient way to manage carbon pollution or any kind of pollution than trying to regulate it away. So to use an example, if I put a price on power that comes from a polluting source and then just step back, then every facet of our behavior will now take into account the true social cost of that power. So, I may insulate my attic because my electricity is more expensive. I might choose to buy a different car. I might drive less. I might buy products with less packaging. That all follows through market mechanisms because I've correctly priced or more correctly priced carbon. The alternative, if you believe in managing pollution, is I'm going to regulate the insulation in your attic. I'm going to regulate your vehicle. I'm going to tell you not to drive less. Those are all more intrusive, less efficient ways of getting to the same place, which is pricing the pollution properly. So back to this bill, an important first step would be when you're making decisions with taxpayers' money, make them in a way that is fiscally responsible for the entire state, taking into account the burdens placed on everybody for the duration of whatever it is that you're procuring. So I will stop there. It's a fairly simple concept, but one that's quite complicated at the same time. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions?
If I can formulate.
Representative Simon?
If I can formulate
then
it quickly enough.
Representative
Just trying to wrap my head around kind of this, like you said, simplicity but complexity of the statements that you just made. So we are fixing a very real dollar amount to very tangible assets at the state level, while trying to take into consideration they have to be correlated in some way, correct, to real damage done somewhere else.
Right.
But without a real mechanism to weigh that cost, like you mentioned erosion of the shoreline, how do you cost that in a way? Because on the one hand, the state is incurring a burden, right? It's incurring a financial burden. On the other hand, somebody else, let's say the shoreline is incurring the cost. How can we make the one for one, knowing that the expense over here is what is causing the cost over here, not some other thing that's causing the cost over here? And then we're using financial on this side, right? But we're using environmental on this side. So who is the agreed party in that? Because I would assume that and I am getting to a question. I assume in a scenario like this, you would typically take the money from the fee over here and you would apply it to the agreed party over here to cover the cost that they've incurred. This seems like far too simple of a bill to take all of those things into consideration. So how do you kind of square those multiple
Yeah, so I'll take
circles?
the last part first, which is it clearly the bill does not fully encapsulate everything that's going on. That's why I think I characterize as a step in the right direction. The methodology, which you absolutely correctly described as being complex, is very similar to any cost benefit analysis that you do with regulation. So you say, I'm going to make an airplane safer, 127 people fewer will die. We think that's an estimate. We then have to put a dollar figure on their lives, which is awkward and uncomfortable and unrealistic, but we do it. Every federal agency has a cost per life saved and so on. In this case, we would do basically the same thing. We would say, okay, here are the damages we think are happening from both climate change and conventional pollutants. Because remember, if you put a tax on carbon, you're also going to reduce other pollutants. And so that means asthma and those kinds of things, but also climate change. And you're going to say, you're going to go to the seacoast, which is a good example, and you're going to say, here are the damages that we think are the result of climate change, and we're going to put a price on that. And then what economists do, and again, it's more art than science, but there is science there, is they will say, we believe that for every ton of carbon that is emitted, here are the damages and the market costs of those damages, including things like lost lives. So to repair a property or to protect a property or to air condition things or loss of revenue to the ski industry. And then you do connect to die. You say that, a ton of carbon, we believe, leads to these social costs for people throughout New Hampshire or New England. And then that's where you get your price per ton of carbon emissions. And you start, usually what you get is a range, $60 to $90 or something like that. You can choose the high range, the low range. But again, the point is it's not nothing. And so by taking carbon emissions into account in procurement, you're at least moving in a direction where you're making a decision that is more consistent with the true cost to everybody in the state.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So I understand the theory behind it, but by not being accurate in your assessment of what the carbon cost is, couldn't you very easily throw some other cost out of whack, and then be making poor decisions unintentionally because your carbon pricing is way out of line? So for example, if we overdo the carbon pricing on, let's say, a plow truck in the wintertime and say, okay, well, now the carbon emissions of this plow truck have skyrocketed the overall cost of the truck. So it seems like buying this other truck over here is the better option. So then we invest in these other trucks over here, but they're not they don't endure as well. They don't have the same kind of lifespan that we thought they were going to. And so then that in turn increases maybe public safety. Maybe you end up with a situation where they don't plow as well. They're not, they don't get the roads as clean or whatever because they weren't, the evaluation changed. It just seems like it could turn into a spiral where you're constantly trying to mitigate factors that are constantly moving because they're not one-for-ones, right? I mean, it's almost impossible to come up for a one-for-one cost-benefit analysis in that scenario from my perspective. Am I wrong? Can you help me out there?
No, you're absolutely right. I would urge you to think of it in two steps. One is, do we think that there's some social cost of carbon emissions, which is conceptually an important link, and economists would say universally yes. And then the second is, all right, now we're going to put a price on it, which I think you're correct. It is tricky, but as I alluded to earlier, it's very similar to doing any kind of regulation, where airlines are a pretty good example. We do things up to the point where we think they're no longer cost effective. So we could have 5 pilots in every plane, because that certainly mitigates the risk that 4 die in one, but that would make air travel cost prohibitive. On the other hand, we do invest in other kinds of safety and training where we think, okay, given the likely savings, and we're just estimating, we think these things are relatively cost effective. So I'd urge you to think of it in the same framework as both private and public companies use to weigh cost and benefits.
One last follow-up. Thank you. So taking the airline industry as an example, though, the airline industry to a certain extent ends up getting subsidized in that scenario, does it not? My concern is that when you put those kind of economic pressures into play, costs spiral to such an extent that everything becomes unaffordable. I mean, just a concern, at least off the top of my head, that I have. For example, airline travel does spiral out of control where it becomes impossible for people to fly, because when you take all of you can make expenses that make everything, basically untenable. So I guess that would be my concern is, are we not going to just apply those same principles to everything and find ourselves in a situation where economics break down because nothing's affordable anymore?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would interpret it differently, which is airline travel in this country is remarkably safe. We've just finished the 6th or 7th year without a single commercial fatality, and prices in real terms have dropped steadily for 20 years, ever since we deregulated it. So nothing is affordable for everybody, but we've definitely gotten to a place where we've struck a balance where it is remarkably safe, certainly relative to driving, and more accessible than it was.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Does anyone else wish to ask a question or Representative Brown?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Would I translate correctly into saying from what you said, and probably not, but because we can't get people to do maybe what some would like them to do from a carbon standpoint, we're going to force them to do it this way? Something, as you said, that to the effect of it gives the state the power to look at the real social cost. And if polluters don't get it, then we can derive their behavior by doing this. And hopefully that wasn't too unclear.
Yeah, no, I would not use the word force. The whole point is we're changing the price, just like we do with taxes on cigarettes, so that the price of smoking more closely approximates the cost of the rest of us, or any other time where we use a tax or a price to signal a different incentive, co-pays with insurance or anything like that. So the alternative, again, if you are compelled to do something about climate emissions, the alternative is to force people, whether it's through regulations around automobiles or, again, regulations around insulating your attic or regulations on the electricity efficiency of certain appliances. So to the mind of an economist, changing prices allows you or the state to still make whatever decision you want. You can buy whatever truck you want, but the price signals to whoever's doing the behavior that, this is the price that's consistent with taking into account how it affects everybody else in our state.
Any other questions? Representative Fitzpatrick.
As a layman, I'm pretty much subject to the popular media. And I very rarely ever hear it discuss the cost of manufacturing let's use electric cars for the example, the amount of carbon that is burned in mining the lithium, for instance. And let's not even talk about charging an electric car with electricity that comes from carbon fuels. So in this topic, are there charts or variables or some mechanism to take into account the indirect carbon pollution that comes with the manufacturing of these vehicles?
Yeah, no, you raise a really good point, which is most coverage of electric vehicles in particular is very sloppy in that regard. And so this bill, if enacted properly, would and should take into account the environmental cost of the lithium batteries. If you're driving an electric car using coal-powered electricity, you're probably worse than using something that's derived from natural gas. So if this is done properly, and I hope it would be done properly, then the full lifetime cost from manufacturer, use of the battery, where the power comes from, is the appropriate way to price whatever is being used. I mean, I was up in Hanover and I parked at the dry cleaner behind a guy. It was a Tesla, and the license plate said, "What CO2?" And what I wanted to say is the CO2 that comes from whatever power source you charge your car with. I mean, it's the closest I've ever come to keying somebody's car. I did not. Your point is important, but consistent with what we're talking about here.
Follow up. Then, is it being done today? In other words, this type of calculation, would it be available now for a purchasing agent, for instance?
Yes, it should be, that if you get the right people to do the analysis, again, it's not precise, but it would be directionally correct, and they would take into account the full life cycle of what you're doing. Now, again, all of this is much easier if you have a broad-based price on carbon, because then, there's a tax on whatever energy is used to make the battery, there's a tax on whatever is used to produce the energy for the electric car. So it's a little trickier without that, accurate price on carbon everywhere. But yes, any sophisticated analysis, any economist who is legitimate would take into account the full life cycle of a product or service when they're trying to assess what the true environmental cost is.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You said if you get the right person to do the analysis, the cost analysis, and my question would be, in this case, if this bill passes, for New Hampshire procurement officials, who are the right people they would get to do the cost analysis?
Yeah, by right person, I don't mean, Bob or Sally. I mean somebody who has the proper training and is not partisan and can, is trained in cost benefit analysis and has a transparent process that's subject to input That, it's kind of like saying if you get the right person to do cancer treatment, they'll get the chemotherapy. Again, it's not a specific person, but there's a process for doing this, just like there's a process for doing something else. And I don't know New Hampshire state government well enough to know where the expertise is on that, but that is something that if you have a state economist or people along those lines, this is something that they would either be trained to do or could find the people who could do it fairly, transparently, appropriately.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I don't see any more questions.
All right. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could I address Representative Simon's question? Because I have a specific answer regarding where the price.
Yes,
specific
please.
price comes from.
Oh, you
Oops, sorry. I just wanted to provide some clarity in this bill, the question of kind of that one-to-one correlation between a cost and an effect. This model of where we begin with the price and as it escalates over time brings us in line with existing carbon pricing markets. That's where those specific costs come from, so that our decisions would be in line with currently existing carbon pricing models, for example, in Canada and the European Union. Okay. And those, and I believe a speaker will be coming up soon can talk about this. That modeling is based on, it's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Control, looking at trying to keep global warming below at 1.5 degrees centigrade, looking at $135 a ton as the likely price point that would achieve that goal. And that is, and we could disagree however one feels about the IPCC. The fact of the matter is that the Canadian market and the European market, major trading partners for the United States, are using these price points. And Americans are going to be paying penalties as we export into those markets based upon those models. So this model was specifically, and these numbers were specifically chosen because they will bring us in line with trading partners.
Representative Simon?
Thank you. Just because I'm looking for some light reading to do on the side, would you be able to get me any of the information on the models that they use to come up with their calculations?
Yes, absolutely. And in fact, John Gage, who will be testifying, I believe he has sent the committee his testimony, and it contains a number of hyperlinks that contain all of this information. I'm happy to follow up with that as well. But all of the modeling that was used in this case is contained within the documentation that Mr. Gage sent with his testimony.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dolan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question I have is with our current consumers struggling mightily to keep up with additional costs of living and so forth, who do we expect is going to be paying these carbon taxes that we're talking about here, this additional carbon?
I thank you very much for your question. I also wanted to clarify, we are not talking about changing the market, and we are not talking about a tax that is applied to consumers. We are talking about state spending decisions. So some of these larger questions, like the one that you asked, which I think is a very real and important question, I would argue is not a relevant question to this particular case. What we're actually arguing is that taxpayers will save money if the state uses a more fiscally responsible, which is, we're arguing that that's what this is. It will actually save taxpayers money. So the larger question, and I thank the professor for his expert testimony, but the larger question of markets is not the question for this bill. This bill is specific to how the state makes procurement decisions. It's not a tax, and it's not meant to drive consumer behavior. We are talking about the consumer that is us, which is the state of New Hampshire, and how we make decisions about procurement.
Representative Lekis?
Yeah, just to clarify, if I understand the bill correctly, all it does is require a report on the aggregate, the amount of, carbon that's going to be emitted based on all the state or just state activities times whatever your numbers are in here. Is that correct?
No, I should grab a copy of the bill. I apologize for not having it immediately in front of me, but there are kind of two parts to the bill. One is that the state will take a proxy carbon pricing into account when it makes purchasing decisions. The second part, short, I think, sentence in the second part of the bill, if I remember correctly, is that the state will also publish in its annual energy report, it will publish these, the outcome of their assessments. So if they're going to say we need to purchase X number of vehicles for our fleet, or as our annual energy reports do now, right? Thinking about the projects that the state has in line for renovation or construction, right? When those calculations are made about how much the energy footprint of those buildings, it'll go into our annual energy report.
Okay, I'm still looking at it, but okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to come back to answer that question.
John Gage?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I'm John Gage from Windham. I'm a volunteer of a national nonpartisan grassroots organization called Citizens Climate Lobby. We have 1,800 members in New Hampshire, and I'm pretty sure every one of them supports this bill. Can I have a count of the online support in opposition of the bill, if that's possible?
Do you have that?
What was the question?
Do you have the count of online support from the portal? We don't have it handy. Thank you. It will be included.
Okay, there was 170 to 3 the last time I checked. So this is not a case where we need to come up with a carbon price. There's actually kind of two ways you can price carbon. One is, what is the social cost of it, which is an extremely complicated thing, which depends on factors like the discount rate, which render it pretty much impossible to figure. Or we can pick a temperature target that we want to hold warming to. Economists can estimate the carbon price necessary to reduce emissions to reach that target with complementary policies. And that is where this price came from. On page 2 of the handout, there's a quote from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's it's a special report on global warming of 1.5 degrees. Came out a couple years ago. Looking at all of the analysis of published economics on what prices are needed to reduce emissions to achieve a 1.5 degrees target. The line says estimates for a below 1.5 degrees pathway range from $135, blah, 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 in 2030. So $135 in 2030 is the minimum price. It goes much higher than that because it might take a much higher price to drive emissions down. This is a global price on fossil fuel use. The IPCC report was generated by hundreds of climate scientists volunteering their time, reviewing tens of thousands of climate science reports, and some of the world's leading economists looking at adaptation and mitigation options. So we don't know the exact price to hold warming to an exact temperature, but our best estimate is somewhere between $135 and $6,000 in 2030, and rising $8 to $10 per ton through the rest of the century. So we just picked the minimum of that price range for a 1.5 degrees world. We picked that because that's the temperature that every country in the world has committed to achieving, driving emissions down about 50% by 2030 and down to net zero by 2050. We need a really high carbon price, and that's about half of the solution, and there's a whole bunch of complementary policies that are also needed. But this is a bill to save the state money by paying attention to what's going on. we're not trying to save the world here. We're trying to save taxpayer dollars. We can do that by anticipating this global carbon price that's going to come to New Hampshire sometime. It's not a stable price. This price is rising over time. It's not that we can start 10 years later and start at that price. 10 years after 2030, it's going to be $100 more per ton. It'll be $230 per ton will be the minimum price that the world needs on fossil fuels. The US is standing still. There's a growing carbon price gap between where the US is and where the global carbon price needs to be, but also where our trading partners are. As Representative Germont said, Europe is at $85 per ton of CO2 today. It has tripled in the last 3 or 4 years. And it will continue going up because they want a higher price. Canada is using a policy called carbon fee and dividend. They are taxing the fossil fuel industry for carbon on fossil fuel production and rebating all the money back to its citizens. Now this is smart. Most families come out ahead, more money than they have right now after paying the trickle-down higher costs. My organization is trying to get Congress to do this, carbon fee and dividend. A bill has been in Congress the last 4 sessions. It was introduced in 2017 as a bipartisan, bicameral bill. Last session, it achieved 96 co-sponsors in the House. In the discussions of the reconciliation package, it was included, a variation was included, and it missed being included by 1 vote. So what can we do in New Hampshire? We can anticipate a carbon price in the price of fossil fuels. Not now, but in the future. So when we buy something to heat a building for the state, we can use current prices, or we can anticipate the minimum carbon price that the experts say is required to meet the global goals. That seems reasonable to me. There's lots of fiscally responsible reasons to do this. We will save money by avoiding stranded costs. Concord Steam was the first bill I ever first time I ever testified in front of a state hearing. I was asking if anybody had considered the cost of the pollution if we started using natural gas to heat state buildings instead of, the Concord buildings instead of some other mechanism. The bill ended up deciding that they were going to heat the buildings with natural gas. So they bought $25 million worth of gas equipment and heating systems to heat these buildings. Now, when a carbon price comes and the price of natural gas starts to rise rapidly, that decision may turn out to be a poor one as far as the cost of heating these buildings. This equipment will probably become obsolete because of the cost of using it compared to other options, and we're going to end up buying heat pumps earlier to replace them because that will be cheaper than continuing to use gas. We can avoid making similar mistakes with our vehicle purchases and our building heating purchases with this bill. We're taking a conservative price. It's the minimum of the experts' price range to drive emissions down as needed to meet the globally committed to targets. And we're not taxing anybody. We're not spending extra money on something to do good. We're taking a look at the chance of a federal carbon price coming down on New Hampshire, and we are using our insight to save money by purchasing things that will be cheaper to operate in the long run. So a couple carbon pricing signals. There's some graphs in this document. You can see there's 73 countries and regions that are pricing carbon now. That's on the bottom of page 2. Page 3 has some of the prices. Canada is using carbon fee and dividend, and they will be at $135 per ton in 2030. They're rising $15 a year, and they're rebating all the money back to Canadian citizens. And then the bottom of page 3 is the EU. That's a cap and trade system, which I don't recommend because you can see what it does to the price. Businesses like a predictable price, so a steadily rising fee is what we are advocating Congress do, and fully rebated back to households to protect households. So I'm trying to give you my insight as a almost 8-year volunteer with Citizens Climate Lobby. We have some of the best economists working with us, and we listen to the experts and we get informed about what's going on in the world. I wanted to share some of what I've been learning from that organization with you so that you can help reduce my taxes in the future. And the benefit of this is that sometimes it's a trade-off between the economy and the environment. This bill is a trade-off between helping the economy, saving taxpayer dollars, and helping the environment, and doing the opposite, wasting taxpayer dollars buying equipment that's going to become obsolete before its time, and allowing our state to produce more than its fair share of pollution going forward.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Representative Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here, John. So which committee did you testify before previously?
Oh, I can't remember the name of it, actually. I did show up in the Concord Monitor. They got my name wrong. They got my town wrong. They said John Gage from Lincoln. I'm from Windham. I can look that up for you, though, Representative Schmidt.
Well, it was this in the last couple of years, because I've been on this committee for 18 years, and it wasn't this committee you were before.
No, it was
So I
2017.
would guess it was probably Commerce, or maybe Finance, but probably Commerce, because it seems like it's a Commerce kind of bill. It certainly is not our kind of bill.
No, it's
Yeah.
more likely it's legislative administration.
Yeah, no, sorry, I wasn't trying to blame this committee. I was just using it as an example of
Right.
a case where the state bought $25 million of equipment that is going to be obsolete and replaced before it's turned out to have saved the state money.
All right, thank you.
Follow up.
Follow up?
So, but the thing is that this is not the kind of bill we ordinarily deal with, and so we're trying to grapple with the very concept that the bill puts before us, but also the presentations that we heard from the sponsor and from Professor Whelan. And it's a dramatically different approach in each case. You're a practical politician in a way, or a practical economist, and you're talking about something that legislators are used to considering, at least in the aggregate, when we were hearing about it on the House floor, if not in committee.
So your question.
The question is, and you've given us some documentation here, which we will certainly look at closely. But the question is, how do we get our handle on it? Because we're going to be making a decision on this particular bill. And I don't know whether we're going to go to a subcommittee, because I haven't heard from the chair on that regard
If
yet.
it will go, it's assigned to Representative Grota's subcommittee. If they choose to take it up, that's where we'll deal with it.
Okay, would you be available to come before the subcommittee to talk about this? Because I think you have to wrestle with the details. Your approach is more easily grasped than the previous testimony that we heard, which was coming at it from a very different angle, as you undoubtedly realized when you heard it.
Yes, I would be happy to come work with the subcommittee. What we heard from the expert is correct. And he also said to do that efficiently, we need to charge the fossil fuel industry a carbon tax, so that the cost of doing everything is reflecting the price of pollution and those things. But that's not a state level thing. We're working on that at the federal level. So how do we do this pragmatically at the state? We don't have to get the price right, but we should be anticipating some price. And if we anticipate too much of a price, according to the IPCC, the world is not going to meet its targets. So they might start low, but then they're going to have to raise those prices to drive emissions down as they want. If we do it too low, we've saved some money, but we haven't saved as much as we might have. If we do it too high, we'll reduce more pollution. That will cost us a little more than our cheapest option. But I think people in New Hampshire wouldn't mind making a mistake and reducing a little more pollution than optimal. And I'm confident this is a low price because the the EPA just came out with a new social cost of carbon dioxide emissions at $190 per ton. That's up from about $45 5 or 6 years ago. The longer the world takes to put a price on carbon everywhere, the higher the target price is because we haven't been reducing emissions in the meantime. It's a scale where the longer you wait, the more it's going to have to cost you.
Thank you. Representative Simon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this was the information that I believe I asked Representative Germana for where this comes, where your numbers come from. And if I understood you correctly, you're saying that essentially what this calculation took into effect was where we wanted to see temperature percentage increase over time. Then we took the amount of fossil fuels that we were burning or whatever, and we figured out what the tax needed to be to keep our global warming at a certain rate. Is that correct? Did I hear you correctly on that?
The IPCC special report on 1.5 degrees of warming came out with these numbers based on what you said. Yeah, they've calculated, and this is only half of the solution to reduce emissions. There's, in addition to pricing pollution, because we're starting 30 years too late, we now have to do complementary policies to pick up the rest of the slack. The price range is so big because there's other variables also. The natural price of fossil fuels varies because of market conditions. The rate of the economic growth varies. There's a lot of unknowns. So picking the minimum, we know that's going to be too low because that's kind of a terrible economy, very high fossil fuel prices, which probably wouldn't go together. And so, we are being conservative with these numbers, including with the U.S. EPA's estimate of the social cost of carbon at $190 per ton. We'll get there eventually, but by the time we're at $190 a ton, rising at a $10 per year rate, the U.S. government will have adjusted that upwards again, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Representative Dolan? And then Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to say that what I'm hearing is a lot of attempts at social engineering, and what happens when you do that, what you're actually trying to do is you're driving electrification. Let's electrify everything. My question is, in your various charts and analysis, have you started to consider the stress on our electric grid that's struggling mightily to keep up with all this electrification? We know, that's my main question, but our objective evidence is that California is ahead of us with this. And they're having rolling blackouts, brownouts, mandates, don't charge your electric vehicles because the electric grid can't handle it. What have you done to analyze the stress on our electric grid to be able to handle initiatives like this?
Yeah, there's a lot of work going on right now with permitting reform in Congress because the Inflation Reduction Act subsidies have opened up the floodgates to generate clean energy. Now the problem is there's not power lines to go from where we can generate clean energy to where we need it. Congress has to change some permitting rules. New Hampshire may have some permitting rules that need to be opened up to make those things possible. New Hampshire is in a good situation though. We have a lot of lines coming from Seabrook, and there's a lot of wind off the coast that we can bring power in to where the Seabrook lines start from. But I'm not an expert. I would say from a New Hampshire perspective, independence is important. And I would like to see the state focus on helping people become energy independent themselves. A household battery and solar panels can make you, independent when you have an ice storm. So we could help people produce energy locally in microgrids, on over parking lots, over buildings. I don't think this is social engineering. As Professor Whelan said, we have a market failure. When there's free pollution, the right cost incentives are not aligned. And so we're not manipulating people into doing what we want them to do. We are reflecting the true costs of using the different energy options in the price of those options. So we get an efficient market. We get, you know, carbon fee and dividend is the tax the fossil fuel industry for its pollution, a polluter's fee, and rebate the money back to households. This addresses a market failure in the most cost-effective way. We just correct the prices so that buyers and sellers and investors can make more fully informed decisions based on price. You don't have to know climate science to figure out whether the tomato from Chile is better to buy than the tomato from down the street. The one from Chile will be more expensive because it had to fly here. Getting the prices right frees everybody from trying to figure out what the right thing to do is. You look for the cheapest thing, and that's the right thing to do. You don't have to tell banks not to, you know, loan money to fossil fuel industry. They see huge risk. Those giant projects will not pay off because clean energy projects will be more profitable when we truly reflect the costs of the different options.
If you,
Well,
one follow-up.
Our constituents, I'm sorry. Our constituents aren't that concerned about the price of whatever carbon thing this is going to work out to be when their power is out. Their electric power is out, and we have a lot of outages in New Hampshire because of the weather. And
Excuse me,
what we're dealing with.
Representative Dolan, this bill is not about the electric grid, and it's, you're going way off target on this.
Yeah, let me bring it back.
Be happy to talk with you afterwards about it. I'm very interested in the problem. You're right; it's not relevant to this one, this particular bill. But we do need to do work in parallel with all of these things. There's no one thing that's going to solve everything. We just want.
Exactly,
I want
we
to
know
save the
that.
state money. That's what this bill is really about.
Thank you.
I know some things about what's going on with carbon pricing around the world. I want to share it with the state so that the state can make strategic decisions to save taxpayer dollars.
Thank you. Representative Schmidt?
In my opinion, I think we're wasting our time at the moment. What we need to do is get to the subcommittee where we can get to the details, because we're all over the place here. Great lack of understanding. We need to get to subcommittee. Hearings are very inefficient in terms of dealing with the problem.
Thank you. Representative Brown?
Would you like me to go ahead, or would you prefer to go that way?
No, he's said his piece.
Okay. Couple questions about some things that you said. Why is equipment going to become obsolete? You buy a diesel truck, it's going to become obsolete before it's worn out? Could you explain that?
Yeah, it's going to become more expensive to operate than buying a electric vehicle that will be much cheaper to operate.
Over a period of, excuse me, sorry, I'm sorry.
His assumption is that at some point, the federal government will impose a carbon tax, and therefore the cost of fossil fuels will increase.
So, follow up?
Follow up?
The vehicle won't be obsolete, but it's paying to operate it will be cost prohibitive. Is that better?
That's a better way to term it.
Okay.
Yes. And that's basically what this bill is saying. We want to, account for the costs of operating these things over time, building in a price on carbon, because it's increasingly likely. And so by anticipating that, we'll be buying diesel trucks because there's no other options. But a sedan that somebody is driving 100 miles round trip a day, we can save money. I just bought an electric vehicle 4 weeks ago, and I did a cost accounting myself. What is the cheapest way to do the traveling that I want to do? I wasn't looking at my carbon footprint. I was looking at the cost of ownership of this car. I hold on to cars for 10 years. What is it going to cost me? And there's a break-even point after several years with an electric vehicle, and then you're saving money because electricity is so much cheaper per mile than gasoline. Now, if federal government prices carbon, while I own this vehicle, I'll have even saved more money.
Thank you.
One,
Follow up?
one, a different question, if I might. You also mentioned free pollution, and could you expand on that a little bit? And the reason I ask is, we have the Clean Water Act, we have the Clean Air Act, we have requirements on wastewater, we have requirements on power plants that they have to do X, Y, and Z to manage their pollution. So I want to know what you mean by you think there's free pollution.
Yeah, sure. Human civilization has increased carbon dioxide by 50% in the air since the Industrial Revolution, half of that in the last 30 years. If you look at the 10,000 year chart of carbon dioxide, it was 280 parts per million until 150 years ago, and now it's 50% more of that, and it shot up rapidly. This is pollution. We're changing the chemical and physical nature of our world, and that's costing us in many ways. Stronger storms, more flooding, droughts, heat waves, fires. These are worse now. They're more expensive. The cost, the IMF estimates the subsidies that we give the fossil fuel industry, both direct and indirect, to be $7 trillion a year globally and hundreds of billions of dollars in the US. Most of them are not explicit subsidies for oil depletion allowances and things like that. They're implicit subsidies of the damages from the pollution that we as a society have to pay after the fact. And these include personal risk, health problems, insurance going up. The national flood insurance, we're socially paying more and more from the impacts of the pollution, the carbon dioxide pollution from fossil fuels. This is free. It's a subsidy to the fossil fuel industry right now. We are giving the fossil fuel industry a subsidy, and we are paying the consequences later. So
The
by putting the
situation is that the carbon dioxide has not been declared a pollutant in the sense that it is affected by the Clean Air Act or the Clean Water Act. Therefore, there's no regulatory control.
Yeah, and until Citizens United, this was not a partisan issue. George H.W. Bush campaigned on the White House effect will take care of the greenhouse effect. The fossil fuel industry has confused the media and manipulated us into not being sure what to do. They've just been delaying sensible legislation to call a spade a spade. CO2 emissions from breathing are not pollution. That's part of the short-term carbon cycle. CO2 from carbon that we dig out of the ground that was put there millions of years ago when there was a lot more CO2 in the air, but now it's underground. We're putting it back up in the air. We're changing the physical nature of our atmosphere, and that's changing the physical nature of the surface of the earth and the oceans. And this is costing us dearly, and not just in dollars, but biodiversity loss, ecological system degradation. We're, in our own New Hampshire way of living with the ski industry and snowmobiling, we're losing our winters on both ends, and it's winters coming later and it's ending earlier and it's more variable in the middle. These are costs of pollution because we knew from science decades ago this would happen. It is starting to happen now. We can see it. That's why at the federal level, we need to price carbon and use border carbon adjustments to push our carbon price around the world and hold free polluting countries accountable. And this will help put a price on pollution around the world. That's what I work on in my day volunteer job. What I'm trying to do for you is, what I've learned is it's quite likely carbon pricing is coming. I want to save our state some money. I want to save some tax dollars. I want you guys to make good decisions that are fiscally responsible. And they have the side benefit of reducing pollution, which I think all of us would like to reduce taxes and have a clean New Hampshire.
Thank you for your concern. Are there any questions? Thank you very much. Barbara Southard?
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Barbara Southard. I'm from Bradford, New Hampshire. And I just want to ask this committee if you would please not be short-sighted on this. I know it seems to be human nature to be short-sighted. We do it all the time. But we really need to think about the future because we're in a fantastically huge transition right now, not just in New Hampshire, but the whole United States and all the countries, the whole globe. We're really moving fast. And so we need to take a lot of things into consideration that we didn't used to take into consideration. Like when you're purchasing something, you know, you want to take into consideration not what it costs today, but what is it going to cost in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years? Because if you don't, you're going to pay for it. You're going to have to retrofit all kinds of things and get new vehicles, new heat pumps, like John was saying. And, you know, it's just very important to think about all of these factors. That's really all I need to say. Please,
Thank you
please
very
think
much.
about the future. Thank you
your
for listening.
testimony. Representative Gould?
Hi.
Hi.
It's nice to see you here.
Good
I'm
to see
glad
you,
you made
Shay.
it down from Bradford, and I've enjoyed our conversations on this topic, and I just wanted to thank you.
Well, thank you for serving.
Other
Anybody
questions?
else?
Don't see any. Thank you, been very eloquent. Walter Payne?
Hi, all right. I'll just try to bring up a few things that others have mentioned. So first, Professor Whalen mentioned that, well, just the starting principle is that no one wakes up in the morning and says they want to burn as much coal or emit as much CO2 as possible. No one does that. They wake up thinking they want to get someplace, they want to keep their house warm in the winter and cool in the summer. They maybe want to have some fun, maybe they want to fly somewhere, and they want to buy things that are made using energy. So the key point is that we buy things on price. And the reason people use fossil fuels and have for about 200 years now is that they're very convenient, they're energy dense, and they're very cheap. But they're only cheap, as Professor Whalen pointed out, because we're not paying the costs of them. So I filled up my car, works out great for me, works out for ExxonMobil, not so great for my kids, even worse if I were to have grandkids, even worse were I to live in Bangladesh, which I would not argue is a political point in this country. But it'll be worse for everyone, including people in New Hampshire. As John pointed out, we're losing our winters. We're getting just incredible numbers of ticks in the summer and spring and fall. So the key thing to do is to make fossil fuels include those costs that are going to be borne by people in the future who are not here to vote on it. And there are two ways you can do that. You can either put the fee on carbon, which of course is the most efficient way to do it, or you can subsidize the non-carbon sources of energy. So I'll give you just an example because a lot of this is very abstract. So let's take cars. We've had for more than 10 years now a federal tax credit on EVs, which gives back in taxes owed $7,500 to people who buy a full electric vehicle. And so let's look at what that means in terms of the price, the implied price of carbon. So if you buy a 21 mile a gallon car and you drive it 11,000 miles a year, that emits about 5 tons of carbon a year, okay? The average American emits about 16 tons a year. So 5 of that is if they have a car. And let's say you keep that car for 15 years, which isn't, you know, the average life of a car in America is like 12, 13 years on the road. So 5 times 15, that's 75 tons of carbon that are going to be emitted over the life of this conventional gas car getting 21 miles a gallon. And conveniently, the federal EV credit was $7,500 and still is actually. It's got some little adjustments, but $7,500. So that means that the federal government is saying that it's worth $100 a ton to avoid the emissions from a gas car by buying an EV car. 5 times 15 is 75. $7,500 divided by 75 is $100. Now, that $100 a ton is in the ballpark of what experts consider the social cost of carbon. As people have pointed out, it could be 195, could be 135. It's certainly way greater than 0, as Professor Whalen argued. And the only thing I'd say about that, I'm not here to try to tell you what it is, but there's a big debate right now as to whether the adverse effects of climate change are in fact coming much sooner for a given level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere than people had modeled. And if that's true, and it's a hot debate among scientists, then the actual effects of very high levels of carbon dioxide are going to be worse and sooner than we had expected so far, which would mean, of course, the social cost of carbon may be even at $195, may be grossly underestimated. But let's just stick with that. So 100's in the general ballpark. But let's look at the assumptions on that and see if that's actually what the federal government is currently paying to reduce a ton of carbon. The buyer of a Tesla, for instance, is probably not buying, if he didn't buy a Tesla, probably would not buy a 21 mile a gallon car. There are a lot of nice hybrids made by Honda or Toyota that get almost 50 a gallon. So let's say they get twice as much miles per gallon. That means they emit more like 2.5 tons of carbon per year. That would mean, therefore, that the implied cost of carbon is more than double 100. Let's say it's 200, okay, which is conservative. If you're following me here, because we're only avoiding half of the carbon by buying the Tesla instead of the car. So it's really $200 a ton of carbon that the federal government is currently paying. Then let's also consider, as people have pointed out, that the person charging their EV is not likely to be using 100% renewable energy. Some people have the panels on their roof and they use to charge a car, but a lot of people are going to be using some mixture of natural gas, hydroelectric, in certain parts of the country, coal even, not so much in New Hampshire. That's certainly going to mean that you're not saving the full 2.5 tons of carbon a year by driving an EV. And then furthermore, as I think Representative O'Brien or Fitzpatrick have pointed out, producing an EV takes more carbon than producing a conventional car. Particularly the batteries are very carbon intensive to produce. So, and then finally, and a big thing is some of the people that buy EVs do not buy them because of the tax credit. They buy them because they go 0 to 60 in 3 seconds, or they really like them for other reasons. And for those people, the $7,500 credit, to take an extreme example, Leonardo DiCaprio probably would have bought a Tesla regardless. That $7,500 is straight out the window in terms of reductions in carbon, because you're giving money to someone who's going to already do that. So a lot of people have looked at this, and they've said that the actual implied cost of carbon that the federal government's EV tax credit is based on comes out to more like $300-400 a ton, which is higher than most estimates of the social cost of carbon. Now, on the one hand, even if you care about climate change, that seems excessive. But on the other hand, especially if you care about climate change, it seems kind of crazy to be spending $300 or $400 of federal money, taxpayer money, to prevent 1 ton of carbon being emitted by a car that is instead, where someone instead buys an EV, and yet charging 0 cost of carbon for you or I or anyone else in this country who walks into the nearest Chevy dealer and buy a 17 mile a gallon Suburban that will be on the road for the next 15 years. So this is, I think, a pretty concrete example of the inefficiency of subsidies relative to carbon fees. Because first of all, the carbon fee is going to take into account everything involved in the transportation system. Producing the car, driving the car, not just, you know, and the size of the car. So what we have now is we have an EV market where the manufacturers are like, it's tough to make money making these things. So we have a profusion of 6,000 pound EVs that are at best maybe neutral with a small gas car in terms of total carbon emissions, right? So that's not good policy. It's not good policy from the taxpayer standpoint. It's not good policy from the
Yes.
from climate change.
Excuse me, that you're talking primarily about federal government decisions.
I am, but
And
it's all
this-
related.
Well, I
Okay,
hope you
okay,
would,
okay.
you would draw it to be
Sure.
specific to this bill and the
Right.
New
Well,
Hampshire
I was
government.
trying to address some of the situation questions. For instance, that
I
Representative Simon
appreciate
asked
that,
about the
but-
right. And as regards to Representative Dolan's point, that this bill sounds like social engineering. I would dispute that because, as people have pointed out, what we're really doing right now is running a massive geoengineering project. We are injecting massive quantities of CO2 into the atmosphere, quantities that are so large that the scientists who first figured out that CO2 would create a greenhouse effect, which was before the Civil War, could not fathom the quantities that would be necessary to actually change the atmosphere to an appreciable degree. And we've gotten there 150 years later, and we're shooting past these targets at this, you know, in an unbelievable rate. So we have a market failure, and to stop our geoengineering experiment, we have to apply the classic market tool of pricing carbon. And the sooner New Hampshire does that with their own, the argument for doing it in New Hampshire, there are a couple of reasons. One, the explicit costs that are there right now should be acknowledged. Two, we are going to eventually have carbon pricing at the federal level simply because nothing else is going to be sufficient. And three, it will serve an example to the rest of the country that reasonable people in a reasonable state can come up with something that is going to help everyone. And the politics, I may make a mention of the politics of climate change, are not very promising right now, given that the single most important policy is pricing carbon. And even the most moderate candidate on the Republican side has said the market will solve this problem, which does not happen if you have a market failure. That's the definition of market failure. The market will not solve the problem. And her solution is, one of her proposals is actually to eliminate the federal gas tax, which of course is the exact opposite direction we need to go in. The federal gas tax already doesn't even cover the cost of highways. So it's not a promising situation politically on one hand, right. But I will say that one thing that is promising is when you ask people how much they care about climate change, is it a big threat, what we want to do about it, you get some interesting things. So if you look at Republicans, even though only a quarter of them see it as a big threat, and a half of them actually, only a half say that it's basically a man-made problem, 2/3 or more say they favor federal tax credits for carbon capture and sequestration. Now, if you don't think that climate change is man-made by burning fossil fuels, or that it's a big problem, favoring a federal tax credit for carbon capture and sequestration is like favoring a tax credit for digging holes and filling them back in. I mean, why would you possibly bother? So I think that there's a lot of, kabuki going on here. people have, in our extreme partisan politics, really negative partisanship, where anything one side favors, the other side automatically opposes. And this happens on both sides, by the way. We've seen it in immigration
Yes.
on the Democratic side, that people instinctively have to say they believe something isn't happening, even if their own eyes tell them that it is. And you see this when older people are more likely to deny climate change, even though obviously people who can remember the 70s or the 60s are obviously more confident that the climate has changed than someone who was born 20 years ago, right? Because it's changed a lot more. So I know I'm a little disorganized because everyone else said most of the useful
Yeah,
stuff.
well, that's-
Let me just see here.
noticing.
The only other thing, well, I'd mentioned regarding Representative Dolan's point, how is anyone going to afford anything? How are we going to address the least fortunate among us? The most sensible proposal for pricing carbon is carbon fee and dividend, where instead of the carbon fee being a tax that is just held by the federal government to spend wherever they want, 100% of the revenues from this fee, which would be significant because the fee would go up every year until the problem is solved, are rebated back to American households on a per capita basis. Adult gets a full share, kids get a half share. And if you think every adult would get back the same amount, regardless of how much they're paying in through the carbon fee. And if you think about it, the least affluent people, say a guy living in a small apartment in Manchester and taking city buses, his cost of living will go up almost not at all because he's using very little fossil fuels, okay? Anyone has large mansions, speedboats, or to take an extreme example, a private jet, is going to be paying a lot into these fees, but is only going to be getting back the same rebate that the guy living in the one-bedroom apartment in Manchester gets. So the people at the bottom of our economic hierarchy are going to be coming out ahead. People who are extremely affluent, who, let's be honest, are actually the biggest sources of the problem, are going to be paying in a lot more than they get back. So that's that. Very difficult to talk about an issue that has obviously a lot of implications. But, as Barb said, I think it's important government has to accept reality and kind of has to look ahead to the future. And our future in many respects is determined. We're going to have climate change and its effects for at least decades to come. The goal is to try to minimize those, and it's the role of government to accept those facts and the future that's coming rather than just to wish it away. But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Yeah.
Representative Schmidt?
Yep.
Sounds like you've thought about this for more than a few hours. So are you willing to come to the subcommittee and help us with some progressive, I use the word cautiously, some progressive steps here in New Hampshire on this bill?
Sure. I'm sure there.
Who are you and where are you from?
I live in Exeter. I'm just a private citizen. But yeah, I have thought about climate change. I mean, basically.
Sounds like you've got an educated background in the sciences.
No.
No?
I studied econ in college, but that's it. Yeah.
Congratulations on having an excellent teacher.
Okay.
Representative Gerhard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to address a couple things you said, just because I think it's important, but I think we're looking at this, we see it from a different point of view, and I just want to kind of clarify this, establish it. So losing the winners and so forth, totally agree. But are you aware that the U.S. government, this is from an MIT Technology Review article of 2019, the U.S. government has approved funds for geoengineering research. You mentioned geoengineering from the carbon aspect.
Right.
But the U.S. government, for the first time, authorized, this is 2019, funding for geoengineering, controversial idea that we could counteract climate change by reflecting heat away from the planet. So they're injecting all these chemicals above us to create these artificial clouds to reflect sunlight. I just want to bring that up, that we're trying to address this issue. He mentioned it, so I think it's fair game.
Gentlemen, I'm sure it would be a
there's
fascinating discussion, but I don't think you need the rest of committee
okay. There's some research on that. The United States is not currently trying to modify the climate by injecting things in the atmosphere. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to close the hearing on House Bill, whatever it is. 1486.
May I just make a comment, not a question? Just a short little comment. Just for everybody's enjoyment, the SAP is running in Bradford as we speak.
The who?
SAP to make syrup, which usually happens in March and April.
All right, well, that's good to know. You will. No, you burn wood to, it's too watery. Oh, joy.